for this?
Ready for this. Feel the bass, they just get closer. Be impressed by the words I chose. So once again, kicking it live, doing everything, yo, just to survive. Above the wall, I think I stand. Here on stage with a mic in my hand, buzzing it loud into the crowd. The age is 20, I'm from the south.
Be a boss, break my heart. Get ready for this. Mind your own biz. People in the front, show me what you want, and I will give it is. Get ready for this. We do all MCs, so people won't you sit, moving up and down, dancing on the ground, feeling kind of free. Security, how's this sound that moves you from the ground?
House on the ground, raising your face, raising the place, no time to waste. Being hypnotized, I see it in your eyes. Feeling kinda better, put on your sweater. Being black or white, I think it doesn't matter. Super dope, deaf, and even outrageous. If I was an animal that kept me in cages, so get ready for this.
Y'all ready for this?
Be a boss, break my heart. Get ready for this. Mind your own biz. People in the front, show me what you want, and I will give it is. Get ready for this. We do all MCs, so people won't you sit, moving up and down, dancing on the ground, feeling kind of free. Security, how's this sound that moves you from the ground?
One more time. One more time. time. You know I'm just feeling celebration tonight. Celebrate, don't wait too late. No, we don't stop. You can't stop. We're gonna celebrate one more time. One more time. One more time. A celebration. You know we're gonna do it right tonight. Hey, just feel it. Music's got me feeling the need. Yeah, come on, alright, we're gonna celebrate one more time. Celebrate and dance so free. Music's got me feeling so free. Celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate, celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate, celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate, celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate, celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate, celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate, celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate, celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate, celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate, celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate, celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate, celebrate and dance so free. One more time. Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate, celebrate and dance so free.
Yeah, man, this is Russia One String, the only one string guitarist right in and around the world. See? I am what I am. I am the day I am that I am. Exclusive. Cha! Watch this. Hey! You know my name is Brushy One String, you know. I've been to San Francisco, that's where I see my friend Pancho. He said, hey, One String, there's something you got to know, you know. I said, yeah. While we back on salsa and our asses, where we go. We sing this whole country song like this. Chicken in the corn, on the corn can't grow, mama. Yeah, when chicken in the corn, on the corn can't grow. Yeah, when chicken in the corn, so the corn can't grow, mama. Yeah, when chicken in the corn, so the corn can't grow. Yeah, young man, we're on San Francisco. Yeah, we are with my friend and his name was Pancho. Yeah, he said One String, there's something you got to know. Back on the saddles and the races, where we go with some chicken in the corn, on the corn can grow, mama. Hey, when chicken in the corn, so the corn can grow. Hey, when chicken in the corn, on the corn can grow, mama. Hey, when chicken in the corn, so the corn can grow. Hey, don't need to brag, don't need to boast. I can rap before I feel it when I pose to pose. But the music nice, so play them twice. While the girls are screaming out like bass. My name is Bushy, I'm a king of string. That's a rap your music and to let you sing. No, it doesn't really matter what people wanna say. I rap my music, not on there. Rap my music, not on there. Yeah. When chicken in the corn, so the corn can grow, mama. Yeah, when chicken in the corn, so the corn can grow. Now, chicken in the corn, so the corn can grow, mama. Yeah, when chicken in the corn, so the corn can grow. Yeah. Ritty pitty pitty burato puto plata. Rato puto plata da rato. Ritty puto plata bebeto puto plata. Rato bete tete. When chicken in the corn, on the corn can grow, mama. Yeah, when chicken in the corn, so the corn can grow. When chicken in the corn, so the corn can grow, mama. Hey, when chicken in the corn, so the corn can grow. But the music nice, I will play them twice. While the girls are screaming out like mass. My name is Bushy, I'm a king of string. There's a rapping music and to let you sing. Now it doesn't really matter what people wanna say. I rap my music night and day. Yeah. Rap night and day. When chicken in the corn, mama. Hey, when chicken in the corn, yeah. Get the chicken out your corn, y'all. Get the chicken out your corn, y'all. Chicken in the corn, and the corn can grow. International free marshal.
Stepped into the building, changes singing on my neck. Gold rings on my fingers, summon on my wrist. Tucked into my waist, look, see me with a clip. Big glass of the Bombay, take a little sip like vintage sticks, little blast from the past. Gold rings click when I pass in the club. Just stepped into the building, show a little face, and I'm back on the road like
Dubai trips on a jet plane, bar railings for the watch and the neck chain. Don't want drinks when I land, I'm a sip of chai tea, cause the fly give me neck pain. Mumbai girl for the way she's smiling. I had a notch on a bed frame. Italian spade in the seats of the brand new motor. Quick little squirt of the
Hagerwood, ooh from Mozambique. Got a tailor suit with the bros on feet. I'm in Casablanca, blind Jack, I render with the AC blurred in the driver's seat. Talk to the platinum, hands on my timepiece, boy, cause the face ain't listening. Shining, glistening, look at these diamonds, dance while I stepped inside of the building. Changes swinging on my neck, gold rings on my fingers, summon on my wrist. Tucked into my waist, little semi with a clip. Big glass of the Bombay, take a little sip like vintage sticks, little blast from the past. Gold rings click when I pass in the club. Just stepped into the building, show a little face, and I'm back on the road like
quick neck down to the strip, got gold in my wrist and a side bag packed full of clips. Strapping up my back, would get that lit, then pass that round to the left like this. Smoke in my lungs, toting a gun, I can never be broke, got a load of the funds. Cash in the bank, antiques in the yard, make money when I speak, you're lucky I don't charge.
right bigger than a bar, big dough, time ticking on the mile. Wristwatch, need a break from the bar, chip shop, side chick sitting in the car, worth pissed off. Let me tell you something, bad boys like us, we ain't here for the chit-chat. You can tell we ain't here for the games by the way we look when the boys stepped into the building. Changes swinging on my neck, gold rings on my fingers, swimming on my wrist. Tucked into my waist, little semi with a clip. Hip glass of the Bombay, take a little sip like vintage sticks, little blast from the bars. Gold rings clink when I'm passing the club. Just stepped into the building, show a little face and I'm back on the road like
La da da dee da 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 da. La da da dee da 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 da. La da da dee da 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 dee da da dee da 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 da. Be my lover, wanna be my lover. Looking back on all the time we spent together, you oughta know by now if you wanna be my lover, wanna be my lover. Go ahead and take your time, boy, you gotta feel secure. Before I make you mine, baby, you have to be sure you wanna be my lover, wanna be my lover, wanna be my lover.
I must confess, girl, yes, I wanna be your lover. Take a chance, my love is like no other. On the dance floor, getting down. Hold tight, I never let you down. My love, definitely the key. Like boys to men, I'm on bended knee. Loving you, not like your brother. Oh yeah, wanna be your lover.
I hear what you say, I see what you do. I know everything I need to know about you, and I want you to know that it's telling me you wanna be my lover.
If it could break the sound barrier, falling out of a window shouldn't be able to break it. I told you not to touch it. You built it all wrong. Did you even read the directions? It didn't fly for 1 second. It's not my fault if you made a plane that can't fly. I told you not to touch it.
Every day when you're walking down the street, and everybody that you meet has an original point of view. And I said, hey, what a wonderful kind of day. If you can learn to work and play and get along with each other. Hey! You gotta listen to your heart, listen to the beat, listen to the rhythm of the street. Open up your eyes, open up your ears, get together and make things better by working together. It's a simple message, and it comes from the heart. Believe in yourself, 'cause that's the place to start. I said, hey, what a wonderful kind of day. If you can learn to work and play and get along with each other.
Oh shit, here we go again. There we go. That's right. Let's get the lo-fi going. Let's get the lo-fi going. Hello? 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 We're back. We're back, and we mean business. Sugar Biscuit, thank you for the 15 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Been feeling a bit disenchanted. You know? It's been cloudy, rainy. We got all this drama going on this website. Come to Jesus and his words in the Bible. All right, say no more. I'm in. Say no more. I'm in. Where do I sign up? It would have been really funny if you came in and did that the other day when we were doing the religious trauma presentation. That would have been... That really would have been something. I've been thinking... I want to do presentations that are still inspiring of thought, but I also want them to be a little bit more fun. Some things that are in the works. How to accept a compliment. How to accept a compliment. We're also going to do something about the psychology of the gooner. That'll be fun. I have a few things in the works. Like I said, I'm just feeling a bit disenchanted. I don't know. I don't know. Got the capitalism blues, brother. I'm going to be chatting with you all today, and we've got the question box open as well. I'll have some presentations ready later in the week. I just wasn't feeling it today, partner. Something about the hat makes me want to just call people partner. So I hope you're all right with that, partner. How are we feeling about all of this drama? It's been like an avalanche. Just been like an avalanche, you know, it's been a real stampede, partner. We're just out here trying, just a couple of cowpoke out here on the old dusty trail, and, you know, a stampede coming on through. Feel like moving to live in the forest? That's my long-term plan. I'm not enjoying the drama, and some of it is making me upset. Upset in what way? Let's talk about that for a second. Let's say that you've been online sometime in the past week, and you saw some stuff and it made you feel some things. What are we gonna do with that energy? I'm not really privy to the drama. Just a quick summary. Streamers suck. Many different layers and magnitudes piling up. It's overwhelming, plus some people being really mean publicly, which I don't like. Right. I feel like what we're noticing here is... Hold on. Let me compile my thoughts. I need to close some tabs inside my mind. I'm running out of RAM. I think Sean said it really well. Sean DeBlack said it really well. He said that people for a long time used streams as a way to escape from the pains of the real world. But those pains are becoming too intense. And so there's nothing, like, there is no way to escape. We're just... Which, you know... There's a lot of chaos and confusion and pain in the world right now, and you see a lot of people turning their energy and their attention towards stuff going on live streaming platforms, which it makes sense, you know. You gotta displace that frustration somewhere. I feel like the whole Twitch got the idea of fighting over viewers by attacking each other at the same time. Right? And, it just, the logic doesn't make sense. It's a scarcity mindset. You know, if the logic is, if I attack this person, I get their viewers. Their viewers come over to me. But it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Also, you have to consider the method through which you are obtaining a following. Like, if you're going to obtain a following of people on the internet, do you want them to follow you for those reasons? I don't know. I long to see more genuine people in this space. It just all feels so disingenuous. Hey Sean, how's it going? Welcome in. Yep, I'm going full cowboy today. Going full cowboy today. Because that's what I do when I've got the blues. I dress like a cowboy. And then I ride off into the sunset. Spurs clanking. I was gonna say it's giving Crocodile Dundee. Now I just need a big Bowie knife. Wouldn't that be sweet? Chat, we've got the question box up and ready, but before we do that, I just want to talk about something. I want to talk to you about something that I found to be very prevalent in the content creator live streaming space. It's this crab bucket mentality. So let's talk about a bucket of crabs. The name of this theory comes from what happens if you put a bunch of crabs into a bucket. The crabs will crawl and they'll try to escape, but none of them will actually be able to escape the bucket because all of the other crabs will keep pulling that crab back down, and so everybody stays in the bucket. When you put a single crab in a bucket, it can easily climb out. But when you put multiple crabs in the bucket, none of them escape because they all pull each other down. What's up? Now, you see this a lot. It makes sense why you would see this so commonly in a content creation space, because it's very clout focused, it's very ego driven, it's very, self-obsessed. You'll also see this in other avenues of life, because sometimes people in your life don't want to see you succeed. Sometimes you start improving your life. Sometimes you start getting healthier, chasing goals, learning new things. Other people around you may take that negatively. They might say things like, "You've changed. Why are you acting different? You think you're better than us." This is crab mentality. Why are you going outside? Because that's where the world is. That's where all the people are. That's where all the plants are. That's where all the stuff is happening. Why aren't you going outside? Instead of making me feel defensive about my choices, why don't you explain your choices? Why do people do this? Why do people shut each other down? Why do we pull each other down? Why do people like to act like crabs in a bucket? It's because your growth reminds them of their lack of growth. It makes them feel incompetent. It makes them feel unsuccessful. They would rather pull you down to their level than see you succeed. So anyway, get out of the bucket. Recognize the patterns. Recognize the people in your life. Whenever you make an effort to improve your life, do those people cheer you on? Or do they make you question yourself? Do they make you feel guilty? I want to see the people I'm with succeeding. It's very hard to be in this space because so many don't want to see the rise. Exactly. It's like, it doesn't make any sense. These people are supposed to be your friends. These people are people that you care about. Why wouldn't you want to see them successful? It's crab mentality. It's a scarcity mindset. If you're successful, that means I can't be successful because you're gonna gobble up all the success. When your friends are happy, be happy for them. It's a 2-for-1 happiness deal. You care about these people, you love these people, you want to see them happy, then be happy when they are happy. We can all be successful and we could be a group of powerhouses. Exactly. We are on the climb up. You don't need anyone's permission to grow. You're allowed to change. You're allowed to dream bigger. You're allowed to escape the bucket full of crabs. Mother Nature might like a crab. Nature has evolved crabs a few different times. Separately, I might add. Nature loves a crab. But we're not crabs. We're human beings. So just try to be mindful. Try to be mindful of when people are holding you back, but also be mindful of when you're holding others back. Because a lot of what is done unintentionally or unconsciously. You know, we respond to our insecurities. We are impulsive. We don't think. It's not about being perfect. It's just about trying better. You know, trying to be better. That's all you can do. I want to see us all grow. I want to see us all succeed. And I feel like every day I become less tolerant of the people who don't see things that way. You know? And I feel like there's just a lot of people in this industry that think that way. You know, they're always thinking about, well, what's in it for me? It's hard for a lot of people to be better too, especially when you made the point that the male role models are absolute shit. It's true. And it's not that there aren't good male role models on the internet. A lot of them just don't get the promotion that they deserve because controversy generates clicks. Why do I always have urges to say inappropriate shit? Is edgelord just my default mode? Is that normal? Don't worry about it. Thinking a thought and saying those words out loud are two entirely different things. So if you have a thing pop up, that's kind of just like a knee-jerk reaction. And sometimes it's nice to just consider that a first draft. Consider that just, alright, so that's what I initially wanted to say, but let's go ahead and take that back to the drawing board. You know, maybe I could tweak that a little bit so it doesn't come across as so edgy. Maybe there's a nicer way to put it. Even if they're all around good role models, you will develop blind spots if you get all your content from white males. I got a reality check on that this week. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you look like. I don't care about any of that. I just care if you're cool. If you're cool, we're cool. don't necessarily want to be a role model, but I would like to inspire people. I think that's kind of the same thing. You know, I think that's basically. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, partner. We're just trying our best out here. It's a scary, confusing world, and we're just trying our best to make sense of it. What's Casey doing? Oh, she's all wrapped up in the... You know, she's been... all this drama, you know. I've been accused of being a bad influence so many times, I just can't stand the idea of role models or like talking about them for some reason. I understand peer pressure is a thing, but I just like to pretend like none of it exists. Let's think about... Let's take a step away from peer pressure. Let's talk about social learning. We learn by watching each other. We can find inspiration in other people's actions. And I feel like to find that inspiration in somebody's action, it doesn't mean that you have to love everything about that person. You know, you could see somebody who's a real piece of shit. Somebody who's, you know, walked all over people and just been a real terror. Now, I don't have to be okay with what that person has done, but that doesn't mean that I wouldn't want them to take accountability and to try to learn and grow and make amends for the harm that they've done. And so, I feel like oftentimes the internet doesn't leave a lot of room for nuance. We just kind of go with our gut. So I feel like it's not about being perfect. It's not about always being a great person. It's about just trying your best to learn from your mistakes and do better and to do as little harm as possible. There's already enough suffering in the world. Let's try not to add to it. I think there's a slight difference. No, you're right. The more I think about it, you are right. It's like role models are inspirational, but first the difference would be like I could be inspired by someone that I might not otherwise view as a role model because they did the right thing. You know, like maybe they're just not really that great all around, but you know what? Hey, they did the right thing that time. And so that inspires me. Doesn't mean I need to be, you know, I feel like role model would be like taking it to the next level. I think you can be inspired by someone doing the wrong thing and wanting to do the opposite. That's true too. Social learning works in both ways. You can watch somebody do something and say, hey, that's a good idea, I should do that too. Or you could also watch somebody do something terrible and be like, huh, that was a bad idea, I shouldn't do that. Brunjetta with the 9 months, let's go. Let's go. But anyway, there's just a whole lot to unpack with all of this parasocial aspect of it. Too much going on right now. I know, which is why I'm not going to talk about any of it. Because everybody else has already talked about it a lot, and I know that every time I open Twitch and I'm like, oh, they're talking about that again, I'm like, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good on it. I know where my feelings are. I've made up my mind. I feel like a lot of people tune into that type of coverage because they either want affirmation of what they already believe or they want to be told how they should be feeling about something. The way that I feel about it is go outside, go take a walk, get some fresh air, get off Twitter. I'm having some issues today thinking about the conditions that might drive a child to act violent. Can we break that down generally a little bit? Alright. There are a few things to take into consideration. Is it a one-time offense? Or is this a chronic habitual behavior? Because sometimes children will do messed up stuff, but it's not because they're messed up, it's just because they're dumb kids. And they just don't know any better. Like, I didn't know I would hurt my brother when I whacked him over the head with a frying pan. This is a metaphor. This is just an example. I've never hit anybody with a frying pan. You know, you watch cartoons and somebody gets hit on the head with a frying pan and they get a big lump. Whoop. I thought that would happen, but no. When it comes to trying to like psychoanalyze a child, you don't want to just look at a one-off incident, because they could have just been repeating what they saw somebody else do. They also don't really have the emotional depth nor the cognitive processing power to really understand what they're doing. And so it's not until it becomes a pattern that you might want to look at it being something more severe. Would appreciate a more nuanced take from you, though. I feel like everyone needs to be entirely behind someone or entirely against someone, and it's kind of wild. Yeah. I feel like what we're noticing here is that the people who are at the top of this streaming totem pole, a lot of them did that by stepping on other people. Just like in many other industries. Crab bucket. So the conclusion is that often this is not something that persists into adulthood. Yeah. Because children can be stupid. And we should allow children to be stupid. Because it's a part of being a child. I feel like we mess up a lot of kids by making them trying to make them adults too soon. Like, hey, you need to be perfect. You need to never make any mistakes. Like, you're just gonna give them an anxiety disorder. I feel like if you've been here for any length of time, what you understand is that we appreciate nuance. We also celebrate growth and change. I want to see people doing better, even if those people have been terrible. You know, I like to believe that people can get better and people can do better. But I feel like sometimes we're quick to like assign a label to somebody and be like, this person is a terrible person, they will always be a terrible person, and therefore anything that they ever do is terrible. The human brain likes to oversimplify things because it's just a way that we can make things make sense without having to take too much time or energy to think about it more deeply. This person is good. This person is bad. But you can see how that's a shortcut, and it's not exactly the best way to look at things. I don't feel like shaming and tearing people down is a change motivator for most. Oh, I agree. Like, why do you think so many people don't talk to their parents? Maybe all of that shaming you did didn't work. Maybe all of that tearing down you didn't make them want to have a relationship with you as an adult. People use shame a lot because shame is a very powerful emotion. Shame can motivate a great deal of change. But when you impose shame on someone else, it's not the same thing as that person actually feeling remorse. I get frustrated by everyone jumping to pick sides. It is frustrating, but I also understand why people do it. There are a lot of people who are chronically online, and this is what they do, this is their hobby, and so whenever there's drama, it's the same thing as like, ooh, I gotta pick my side, I gotta pick my team. You know, I gotta decide whose jersey I'm gonna wear. It's hard for me to believe that for me, though, that you can grow and change and do better. If you don't believe in you, just believe in the me that believes in you until you catch up. Know that others can. They have to want to, that's the thing. You have to want to change. Because our minds will, if allowed, always take the path of least resistance. Meaning, let's just explain my behaviors away, let's make excuses for myself, let's find somebody else to blame. You know, it couldn't possibly be me, I'm not the bad guy here, I'm a sweet little angel, I'm just misunderstood. The commodification of actual pain in these spaces is uniquely terrible. Oh, I agree. I agree. I just wish everybody would be this fired up for, you know, things in the real world, you know? We got people who are about to lose their food benefits. We got people who aren't gonna be getting their paychecks. You know, we have some real world pain that we're staring down the barrel of. And what do? We escape onto the internet. Well, howdy, partners. Welcome in. Howdy, partners. Welcome in. I'm dressed like a cowboy today because I've got the blues, and this is what I do. I dress like a cowboy. Someone gift VO right now. Please. Thank you. Mike, thank you for the raid, and thank you for the 30 months. Welcome in, everybody. Thanks for all the new follows. Ridiculous. Thank you for the 8 months. How am I doing? I just want there to be more honest, genuine people in this space. That's all I want. I've just met too many self-obsessed, egotistical husks. Ridiculous. Thank you for gifting Theo that sub. Oh, shout out to Mike. Mike's a real one. Mike's a real one. And we're starving for real ones out there. We're starving for real ones. Really want me to ask anything? How do I stop wanting to die every day? I've lost all my friends. My mom died when I was 18 years old. My dad is crippled with multiple sclerosis. I have no relationships, no job. I hate myself. Feel the entire world is suffering and nothing will ever get better. I see absolutely zero point in waking up every day. Then find a point. It doesn't have to be anything big. It doesn't have to be anything world-shattering. You find that reason to keep going, and then you keep going. So what do you think that might look like for you? The point of life is for you to find out what your point is. What type of life are you building for yourself? If I don't have any friends, I have a goal. I need to make friends. I need to make connections. Anonymous, thank you for gifting that sub. Let me talk about something real quick. Just real quick. When you're feeling really down, which it sounds like you're feeling really down right now, the ceiling also lowers. And so when you're in a really low place, your idea of how good things could be if I did put in the work also lowers. And so that's why we end up with the why bother feeling. Is because like, well, I could do all the work, but it's only going to be this good when I want it to be this good. When you're in a really deep place, you cannot even imagine how good things would feel if things were to be better. Your brain just can't do it because your ceiling has lowered with the floor. So what do we need to do? We need to raise the floor back up so the ceiling goes up. When you start to actually feel better, you will feel better than you even thought was possible. And I'm speaking from experience, because I've been down. I'm well acquainted with the blues. So anyway, you're here, you're talking about it, and that's important. Don't be afraid to reach out. Don't be afraid to ask for help. None of us makes it on our own, partner. of us makes it on our own, partner. Also remember, do a thing called whatever you want. I went out with Mike. We went and saw a movie, and then we stopped by the store because I needed to pick up some shorts because I forgot my shorts at home. I didn't have any shorts to sleep in, and so we ran over to the store. We were also getting snacks for the movie. We were gonna sneak in candy, like a real socialist. What movie? We saw One Battle After Another. So we went to the store and we found some t-shirts, and this is the one I picked out. Mike got one that says loyalty and it's got a pit bull on it. It's pretty sick. It's a very deep and powerful way of thinking, the resolve to keep going. It's worth studying if a person needs internal gumption. If you're left with nothing to motivate you, allow spite to motivate you. I'm not saying we should be spiteful people. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is when you're at your lowest and you feel like I've got nothing else to keep me going, I'm okay with you using spite. I'm okay with you saying, you know what? The world sucks. My life is shit. I'm gonna keep going anyway. Fuck it. I'm gonna keep going in spite of all those feelings. I'm gonna keep going in spite of the doubt, in spite of the haters. I'm gonna keep doing it anyway. Because fuck you. It's my life. Carrying on because I can, right? Just focus on the step in front of you. That next step is the most important one. Too often we get ahead of ourselves and we try to figure out what's it going to be like at the end? How are things going to end for me in who knows however many years? You're getting too far ahead, partner. You're getting too far ahead, partner. You need to focus on what's right in front of you so that you don't step into a gopher hole. Living the fascist is good motivation. Yep. If anything, stay alive just to outlive your enemies. How else are you gonna dance on their graves, partner? You really gonna let Mitch McConnell outlive you? I don't think so. I have a feeling that someday one of these technocrats, one of these really wealthy people, is gonna try to upload their consciousness into a machine so that they can live forever. And I feel like it's undoubtedly just gonna turn into some sort of Black Mirror hellscape for them. Congratulations, you are now in digital hell. They're immediately gonna get zip bombed. They're gonna get pop-up ads. They're gonna get pop-up ads. Like, oh, we found that there is the eternal consciousness of a capitalist living inside of this computer. We should be feeding him advertisements. Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't pay the premium for the ad-free digital consciousness experience. So Anyway, just thinking about live streaming, just thinking about content creators, the content creator space, it's just had me feeling a little disenchanted, but ultimately I'm not really surprised. It's like, I've met a lot of these people, and I had them sussed out as being very shallow and egotistical and disingenuous from the get-go. And so to find out that those people are actually exactly what I thought they were, you know, it doesn't make me feel good. I was hoping to be wrong, I guess. I was hoping to be wrong about them. But unfortunately, I was correct. What do we do with the billionaire mind computer that can't be turned off? We make it watch YouTube poop. We make it watch YouTube poop reels on a loop. YouTube poop loop. Thanks for all the new follows, everybody. Thank you. Welcome in. If this is your first time here, welcome. I should have been more accommodating when you got here originally, but we're all trying our best. We're all learning and growing. If you're new here, hi, my name is Josh. This is the Brain Domain, and we try to make psychology accessible. That's what we do. Can I ask you to be more specific on what you're referring to? All of it. I'm referring to all of it. All of the different things that are all going on at the same time. I didn't even understand what was going on yesterday, and I'm confused what everyone's angry about. Good. Good. Get away while you can. Don't even bother. Just go read a book. Go pet your dog or your cat or whatever. Like, literally go do anything else. You get out while you still can. The stream makes you woke, which I don't know how that works because I always feel sleepy. You know about Dr. K? What do you think of his approach / him? I think Dr. K is okay. He's a psychiatrist, and I'm not always the biggest fan of psychiatrists because of the way that they will sometimes approach mental health as like, oh, here, just take more pills. That'll do ya. Like me, I was trained as a therapist, so I like to talk it out. But no, I feel like anybody who is providing psychoeducation in the live streaming space, I consider them to be an ally. I don't watch his content, so I can't really speak to it, but I also do like that he's very knowledgeable on some of the Eastern practices because I've been learning more about those as well, and I think there's some good stuff there. I feel like the best approach for mental health is to combine what works from both Eastern and Western philosophies. Split it right down the middle. If I were to offer criticism, it would be the same criticism that I have for most people who are trained in a capitalist system, because that is where the problem lies. I didn't realize this until after graduate school, that all of the education I received was crafted within a capitalistic context. You know, the goal of treatment was to get people back to work. You know, just to get people stabilized so that they didn't mind, you know, toiling away every day. And so I feel like you still see that a lot. You see a lot of, you know, psychologists and counselors and psychiatrists, and they still just, they get to a point where it's like, the reason why the patient is suffering is because they work hard every day. They've got no savings. You know, if they had a sudden expense, their life could potentially be ruined. And it's like, how do you fix that? How do you fix that? You want some benzos? You want an antidepressant? You know, you want to just not think about it? You want to just not feel anything about it? A lot of the problems that people face psychologically are systemic issues. There's no social safety net. You know, people can't afford groceries, people can't afford rent, and it's like, I can't talk therapy you out of that. Definitely, I don't think that I've met a mental health professional IRL that doesn't think in a capitalistic way. That's why I'm special. At least that's what my mom tells me. I wouldn't be alive without my meds. They are a godsend to me. I'm not anti-medication. Let me make that clear. I'm not anti-medication. I'm not one of those types like, bruh, you don't need any medication. You just need to, like, do some yoga and drink some tea and get some sunshine. Have you been taking vitamin D? Have you been taking magnesium? How about zinc? No, it's like, I'm not anti-medication, but you know me, I love nuance. I'm not anti-meds, but I can also recognize that we overprescribe. We are over-reliant on medication to just placate and numb people when the issues that they are facing are societal. How many people have you met that are hard strapped? You know, how many people do you know that are living paycheck to paycheck? How many people do you know that have had to cut back year after year after year because prices just keep going up and wages stay the same? And you think that doesn't fuck with people mentally? Of course it does. It induces despair and anxiety and stress. I guess I would just feel better if there were more psychologists out there radicalizing people. That's what I think. I feel like it's nice to be able to talk to people and help them to realize that they aren't the problem in their life. You know, the reason why you feel like you might be failing in this capitalistic system is not because you suck. It's not because you're just a big piece of shit. No. It's because the system is not designed for you to win. It's like a casino. So I've met a lot of people who feel like they are a failure because of the system, which has led them to feel like they are a failure. Like, I don't need to explain it to you how having all of your needs met, having stable housing, having food, having free time to practice your hobbies or to hang out with friends and loved ones, I don't need to explain to you how if people had that, there wouldn't be as much mental illness. There just wouldn't be. I train psychologists for a living. Very few of the next generation ignore society nowadays. I'm glad to see that the tide is turning. Also worth note, being well adjusted to a profoundly sick society is no measure of health. Well said. You know, if you're thriving under capitalism, I can't help but feel like something is wrong with you. So there's something twisted within you for you to thrive in this crooked system. Anyway, meritocracy is a myth. Capitalism sucks. Let's all do better. All right, everybody. We've got some questions in the question box. I need to get to work. I need to get down to business. We defeating the Hun? No, we are the Hun. I'm in my throat singing era. Alright, everybody, if you're new here, just want to point out we've got an anonymous question box where you can drop questions. And then we talk about them. It's that simple. Got some in there, so let's get to it. Alright, this one says, I'm saving up to move out of my parents' house. I am feeling very excited, nervous, as I feel ready to move out. I have this thought in the back of my mind that I will never have enough to move out and live comfortably outside of my parents' house. Although I do pay bills and more, it's not the same as having to pay everything yourself, of course. Graduated from university, but I want to go back to school and enter a program that is about 2 hours away from where I am currently staying. I would start the school in July or August of 2026. I guess what I'm asking is, how do you know you are truly ready to move away from parents? Do you think I should wait to move to the area where the school is in a couple of months? Probably. And when did chat move out? Did you save up a specific amount? I personally feel like if you have a good relationship with your family, stay with them as long as you can. Because it's hard out there. Rent prices are going up, homes are becoming less and less affordable. And so what I would say is if you have a decent relationship with your parents, that is a resource. Living on your own is incredibly expensive. You'll have more independence, but you will also be very broke. Now that can be fun and exciting. I've done it, I've been there. Don't worry about when you do it, just do it when it feels right. Do it when you are in the best position to be able to do it. The whole idea that somebody needs to move out of their parents' house when they turn 18, that hasn't been possible for a long time. What's the average rent in the country? It's way too high. I don't know any 18-year-olds who are making that kind of money. Moving away from the family seems to be you're right, it is a very Western thing. And it makes sense because, you know, in the time when that was popularized, buying a house was affordable. You could work a job and you could raise a family on one income, but that's not really possible anymore. I'm currently thinking of moving back. There's no shame in it, okay? The whole idea that you need to feel ashamed of yourself for living with your family is stupid. If you have a good relationship with your family, use that. Take advantage of that resource. Multi-generational living is actually normalized in most parts of the world. You'll see a lot of people who live with their parents and their grandparents, and they all live under one roof. It's much more common in other parts of the world. It's a very westernized idea, and it also lends into some, there's some history to it, but I won't get into all that. It's just, this idea of like American abundance and, like, oh yeah, you can live the American dream, you can, but that doesn't really work anymore. It's too expensive to live on your own. And even if you could afford it, just think about all of that money is just going to a property manager or a landlord. Like, for what? That's money that you could be turning into equity. That's money that you could be turning into something that you actually own. I feel like this idea of like, you need to move out, you need to get your own house, you need to own all your own shit, and you need to, keep multiplying, and it's just, they just want to make more money off people. That's it. So anyway, if you're going to be starting school next year, me personally, I wouldn't even think about moving out until it was time for me to move out to go to school. Because if you were to move out now, that would just be a few months, and most places where you move, like if you're going to rent a place, they're probably going to make you want to sign a lease of a year. And if you weren't able to do it for a full year, you would probably have to do it month by month, which could probably be even more expensive. Or you'd have to break the lease, which would also probably be expensive. So I think just don't rush it. Don't rush it. Hello, Mr. Domain. My topic today is not very deep, but it's something I've been feeling lately. I'm currently learning to play piano, have been for maybe a month, and find myself downtrodden comparing myself to peers. See, that's your problem. You're comparing yourself to peers. You need to compare yourself to yourself. How better are you now than you were? You've only been doing it for a month? If you've only been learning how to play piano for a month, you probably still really suck at playing piano. And I don't mean that as an insult, I just mean that as it takes a long time to learn how to play a piano well. I find myself downtrodden, comparing myself to my peers that already have their own talents and interests. They perform so much better. It's easy to tell my friends to never compare, but I find myself incapable of following this advice. Thoughts? Catch yourself doing it. When you catch yourself doing it, that is when you actually have the capacity to do something about it. Whenever it comes to any type of behavior that you're trying to change, you change that behavior in the moment that you feel that urge or that compulsion to do that thing. You know, if I'm just going to think about it and be like, you know what, the next time I feel like comparing myself to somebody else, I'm not going to do it. It doesn't really work that way. You can't plan it ahead. You have to do it in that moment when it pops up. And so catch yourself in that moment and try to just take a step back from it. How does it make me feel? Am I helping myself or am I hurting myself? I've been doing judo for 18 years and I still kind of suck. Only I can say that though because I'm good enough to know I suck. Precisely. The better you get at something, the more aware you are of your own weaknesses. Kodia had some good information there. When we're doing this type of comparison, it's not normally something that we're actively, intentionally trying to do. It's just one of the ways that our minds and our sensory organs like to try to scan the environment and figure out what things are. And it's like, ooh, that person is really good at that thing. And I'm not very good at this thing. And so it makes me feel some type of way. You know, this imposter syndrome is when, you know, you get to a high level of performance, but you still feel like I don't deserve to be here, or I'm actually not as good as people think I am. And well, partner, I think sometimes we just can be a little bit too hypercritical of ourselves. You're either really bad at something and you overestimate your ability, and so it's the Dunning-Kruger effect, or you actually get good at something but you still feel like you're bad at it and you get imposter syndrome. The human mind just, for whatever reason, has a really hard time appropriately acknowledging its own skill level. I get imposter syndrome here, TBH. Goobins, you're a moderator now, so you need to drop it. Why does it feel wrong if you are good at something? Because sometimes we're not wired to feel good about ourselves. If we've been taught and conditioned to feel bad about ourselves, or to be critical of ourselves, or to always fear that we're not good enough, we're not just gonna magically wake up one day and suddenly be like, oh boy, I sure am happy to be me. I feel accomplished. I feel self-actualized. I feel like I am who I'm supposed to be. What I would encourage you to do is just keep practicing. Don't give up. Just keep practicing. Maybe take a video of yourself and then go back and watch it later and be like, oh wow, I have really come a long way. If you want a little bit of inspiration, I've seen some of these videos pop up on YouTube. They are, people who will record themselves over the span of a year practicing, like playing an instrument. And then you can see the progression. It's hard to recognize progression when progression is happening slowly. It's sometimes very difficult for us to be mindful of our own progress. So doing things like that can actually be helpful and give you more concrete evidence of how much progress you've made. For hosting this kind of chat. It's a very altruistic and positive place to chat a bit. I'm just trying to be a good socialist, all right? I'm trying to be a good socialist and tell you what I know and, offer some feedback and perspective and guidance without expecting anything in return. So I'm trying to walk the walk and not just talk the talk. What I found to be helpful, and I'll give you an anecdote that ties to my personal life. A few years ago, I say a few years ago, it's probably 5 years ago at this point, I decided that I wanted to learn how to throat sing. It was something that I had always wanted to learn how to do, even from the time I was young. I was like, wow, that's cool. I want to learn how to do that. And then finally, I one day I was like, you know what, I'm going to start doing it. And let me tell you, for the first several weeks or months, you will sound like absolute shit. You will sound like a garbage disposal. But what I found to be helpful was watching videos of professionals doing it so that I knew what I was working towards. I didn't watch those videos so that I felt bad about where I'm at. I watch those videos so that I can feel motivated to keep going. Like, wow, look what I could do if I keep it up. Giving Jurassic Park vibes. It's true, I've been called a clever girl. Am I willing to throat sing for you? I might have to warm up a little bit. Warming up is very important when it comes to throat singing. But yeah, maybe here in a bit. Un her too, yes. I also know one of the all-time GOATs, Kungalal Andar. He was a legend in the Republic of Tanutuva. We'll save that for later, because I've got questions to do. Who was your biggest inspiration? Let me rattle off a few. I feel like going back to the earlier stages in life, one of the inspirations for me was Mr. Rogers. Learning the importance of being welcoming, being neighborly, being a kind person. I was also really big into reading Rainbow, so LeVar Burton. Love LeVar Burton. Who's that? Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers was a TV program host. He did a program for kids, and he was one of the pioneers in like children's television as far as like helping children learn how to handle their emotions and how to, you know, be kind. And so, yeah. Yeah, there's this video of him testifying before Congress or something, and he's like, he's trying to get funding from like the FCC chair or something. I don't know the details, but he was able to get the funding from this like tight laced, like, you know, 1950s type, like, you know what I mean, you know the guy. Hey, French Toast, welcome. Tip my hat for you. Oh yeah, I can't forget one of the goats, Mike Frumpa, huge inspiration for me. Can't forget Mike Frumpa. Also, probably Weird Al. Weird Al's probably up there because he taught me that it's okay to be weird, and that was important for me. Hey, Brain Domain. A lot of things in this space are going wrong, and a streamer talked about it this morning too. She was starting to grow more and more hate for males just because a lot of men she had to deal with are pieces of shit, and they started to feel that way about the men close to their lives, including family, and she had to go to therapy for this, saying her irrational hate towards men was getting bad. I feel like having an irrational hate towards half of the population is bad. Whether you are a man who hates all women or a woman who hates all men, I feel like I get it. People suck. I get it. I understand. But let's not write off everybody. You know? Sounds like she's triggered by trauma. Going to therapy is the right thing to do. Yeah, I agree. You know, a lot of people are really riled up by everything that's going on because it reminds them of their own trauma. How many people in this space do you think have had a terrible relationship? How many people in this space have been yelled at or, you know, had people punching holes in walls or all sorts of messed up stuff? It's like most people have had some run-in with it, either themselves or somebody they know. But if there's a silver lining here, it at least gives us an opportunity to talk about it. I know I don't feel that way completely because there are a few great men, especially here with you, because you are a good male role model for me. Well, I hope I don't disappoint you. I'm a human too. Now, I like to think that I'm rational and mostly sane, and I haven't done anything too fucked up, so as long as I keep that going, we should be good. Admittedly, Joshua and Casey did get me out of the femcell pipeline. I've spent a lot of time thinking about this because I'm disappointed in most men that I meet. I find most men that I meet to be unsatisfactory. Like, the bar is very, very low. But what I've recognized is that this isn't a problem with that person as an individual. It's a systemic. It's a systemic issue. What happens is, in a patriarchal system, you have this, this population of like older men who will take advantage of younger men and promote these ideas and these virtues so that there's a lot of infighting and a lot of competition. It's a grift, and it's been going on for thousands of years. Why old men are in politics and they send all the young men off to die in war. But anyway, we're trying to be a part of the solution here. It's okay to have feelings. It's okay to talk about those feelings. It's normal. You know what's not normal is bottling up all of your feelings until one day you just either explode or you are 55 and you just drop dead from a heart attack while you're mowing the front yard. All these findings of men showing to be abusive and shit, and knowing people that have gone through something due to men being abusive, and personally, I'm starting to grow that hatred again. Then hate the behavior. And hate the behavior. It's like, you can hate theft. You can hate theft as a behavior because it's, it makes things cost more for everybody else, it's disruptive, it's, you can hate the behavior. But you need to understand why the behavior exists. Why are many men the way that they are? Because that's the way that they are conditioned to be. And so what we need is we need good men to help decondition these people. Because a lot of what goes on is a lot of men are taught to not heed anyone else's opinion unless that opinion is coming from another man, which is not okay. We recognize that's stupid, but I found that men need other men holding them accountable. Any tips on how to calm this? Have conversations with people that you care about stuff that has nothing to do with any of this. We can get so dialed in, especially with this type of really widespread, really widely discussed internet drama. I know I shut out a lot of people, but I know it's getting bad towards the hate towards abusers. Also, thank you for showing people we need to be better, especially men, because the amount of disingenuous men in women in queer safe spaces are adding up, and I just wish people could see what they have done and actually learn and grow instead of putting on an act. The patriarchy is cringe. I feel like men have been at the reins for long enough, and we should hand them over and give somebody else a turn. If the system that we're living in right now is what the patriarchy bestows upon us, then this sucks, brother. This sucks. I don't think you can make someone see what they have done. It's not going to work that way. Where you scream at them long enough and they'll get it. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes the only way to communicate with somebody is to walk away. You have to let them know, like, okay, if things don't change, then I'm out of here. But as long as you stay, they think it's okay. They think that you'll tolerate it. It's just, you know, so sometimes we have to really set that hard boundary and we have to just walk away. People can grow and change. This is true. People can grow and change. But they have to want to grow and change. And so I feel like the more we keep talking about it, the more people will realize, like, I need to be accountable for what I've done. I need to show that I care. But right now, you still see this idea being promoted that apologizing for something is weak. Holding yourself accountable is weak. I disagree. There is strength in vulnerability, because when you acknowledge your weak spots, that is how you strengthen those weak spots. Just ignoring them and pretending they don't exist doesn't do anything to help make you stronger. It hurts my ego. Yeah, but we're recognizing that the ego has its place. The ego has its purpose. The ego is what makes you get up and go get food when you're hungry. The ego is dead set on your own survival. But the ego... oftentimes it just gets in the way. This question was, what is your opinion on numbers 16 and 19 on this list? Let's take a look. All right, this is a list, how to be perfectly miserable. I've read this before, it's actually pretty based. You asked what I thought about numbers 16 and 19. Be on the lookout for a good time for yourself. I think what they're referring to here is putting yourself first, which is kind of what they're also going with at number 19. So I'm not going to talk about them individually. I'm going to kind of lump them together because I feel like they come from the same underlying theme of put yourself before everybody else. Not that it's bad to want to have a good time, not that it's bad to love yourself, but when you're putting yourself before others, that is a quick way to find yourself be pretty lonely and hence pretty miserable. Sometimes you do need to put yourself first. I agree. I feel like what they're talking about here with these two is prioritizing yourself, which isn't always bad to do. Not always bad to do. As you're aware, because you pointed it out, there's a lot of nuance to be found, and so whenever somebody comes out with a list of rules or a list of laws on how to live your life, it's like there's always going to be wiggle room. There's always going to be room for discrepancy. Loving yourself and loving others aren't mutually exclusive positions. In fact, they're dependent on one another. It's true. If you don't love yourself, how in the hell are you going to love anybody else? Can I get an amen? How do you sometimes answer so quickly and so well? Did you memorize responses to certain scenarios? No. Because I don't have an internal script. Like if someone says they're depressed, say this, or if someone doesn't want to keep going, say this. The reason why I am able to do what I do is because I have done what I have done. I've sat down and had those conversations with people many times. And so a lot of it just comes from experience. I found that it's also helpful when you speak genuinely, because people can sniff out disingenuous speech. You know, if you came to me and you were feeling depressed and I was like, "Aw, it'll be okay, don't worry, it'll get better, just keep your head up." Like, you'd be able to sniff that out right away. You'd be like, what the fuck? And so what I've found is, if what I say comes from a place of truth for me, if I can put a little bit of myself into it, the genuineness is able to shine through. You know, I've always wanted to just help people feel better about themselves. And I've got a lot of practice. You know, shooting from the hip, partner. I got that quick draw. Because sometimes when you're sitting down and speaking to a person, it's not even about what you say, it's just about being there. You know? You give therapy on Twitch. That's cool. It's more of an advice column. It's more of a I give high quality advice. Well, to describe simply what I like to do, I like to teach people how to become better self-healers. You know, and this is coming from somebody who went to school. You know, I have my master's degree. I've worked as a therapist. I've worked as a substance abuse counselor. I've worked as a case manager. I've done all sorts of different jobs and different roles, and I've worked with all sorts of different people in the mental health space. And so I don't want to just give you fish. I want to teach you how to fish. So that way you're never hungry. I hope you like fish. How can a person recognize abusive behaviors in other people's behaviors? Most likely it's through their own personal experience. They've probably been through something similar, and so they see the warning signs. They're able to pick out those red flags. We don't claim this space to be a replacement to anyone. Yeah, this isn't a replacement for therapy. If anything, this is a gateway to therapy. We've had people here who have started actually going to therapy, and they began their journey by talking about stuff here, and they felt more comfortable with it. So yeah, we're just trying to destigmatize having conversations about this kind of stuff, because it's still pretty stigmatized, isn't it? It's also very expensive, this is true. Don't get me started on that, though. Don't get me started going down that rabbit hole. Here's something I was wondering earlier on my way to work. How do you allow yourself to forgive yourself for a serious wrong you did in your past? Did you learn from it? Did you grow from it? The reason why you feel bad about doing something wrong is because there's a part of you that wants to be better. And so you learn from it. You grow from it. You know, remorse, guilt, shame, these feelings are trying to motivate us to do something. They're trying to motivate us to change. And if you've made the changes, then it's okay to forgive. As long as you've been able to let that behavior go, as long as the lesson has been learned. Also, part of my mindset is I don't believe in eternal punishment. You know, if you made a mistake when you were young and you know, maybe you did something hurtful, maybe you did something bad, but you were able to make amends for it. You were able to learn and grow and become a part of, you know, helping others to heal. Question, is it a good idea to go to therapy with a first question? Hey, I think I might have ADHD or I might be autistic, or is that kind of a no-go? Talk about what your symptoms are. Don't talk about what you think your diagnostic labels are. Save the diagnostics for the doctors. You should talk about what your symptoms are. Because okay, this is probably how it would go. You walk into a therapist and you're like, hey, I think I have ADHD and autism. They would be like, what makes you say that? And so then they would want you to go into what your symptoms are. So I would just go straight into that. I would just go straight into what your symptoms are. Maybe write them down so that you remember them all. Because if you're just trying to go off the top of your head, you're going to walk out of the therapist's office and you're going to be like, oh, I knew I was missing something. I should have mentioned this as well. So don't talk about wanting medicines. It's true. Psychiatrists are very skeptical about people just being medication seeking. Because there are people out there like it. There are people out there who just want stuff to, like, just hunting for the medicine. Are kids taught how to motivate themselves? Should be. They should be, because a lot of people struggle with intrinsic motivation. Just to define this for everybody, intrinsic motivation is motivation that stems from within you. It's internal motivation. Extrinsic motivation would be motivation that exists outside of you. Like an alarm clock, or, somebody coming and saying, hey, I need you to do this thing, and then you go do that thing. Intrinsic motivation is when you go do the thing because you want to do the thing. Meds don't make things better whether you are prescribed or self-medicated. The way I've had it described to by one of my favorite professors, who was also a practicing psychiatrist, he was one of the few psychiatrists that I thought was actually pretty based. He told me that medication is not there to fix a problem, it's there to make the problem more manageable. To make the problem more workable, to take the edge off, so that you can do the work that you need to do. I always forget not everyone got psychology in high school. Yeah, me too. I am, But psychoeducation's important. I think, and that's why I like doing this, is we get to teach people stuff that they didn't learn anywhere else. I feel like that would be good for kids to learn, but I never really learned that and felt like I needed to just do what everyone wanted me to do as a kid, because if I didn't, I was doing something wrong. A lot of people have been put into that position. That's why a lot of people just keep repeating patterns. It's like, well, I was in school my whole life, I guess I'll keep going to school. Or they're just looking for somebody to tell them what to do. Now it's hard to feel that intrinsic motivation or consider it to have value. Let's look at it a little differently. Let's look at it more like a muscle that just needs to be strengthened. You know, you've been so reliant on that extrinsic motivation that your ability to stir up motivation within you is just looking a little flaccid. I want to be motivated to learn because I enjoy it, not just because I need to get a degree, to get a job, to do all that, etc. How do people build intrinsic motivation when extrinsic motivation seems to be the norm? It's a process that takes time. But I think you actually gave a really good example of how a person could do that. You want to be motivated to learn because you enjoy it. Take time. You know, schedule some time. Doesn't have to be every day, but we want to at least get into the habit of doing it regularly, where you can just learn things simply because you find them interesting. Not because it's going to make you money, not because, you know, you want to impress people with your knowledge. You just want to learn because it feels good. Now, it might take a little bit of time to kind of rewire your brain, but once you get into the habit of it, you'll notice that it's not so hard to build up that motivation. You know, if you want to learn, there's nothing stopping you from learning. You could learn something from everyone you meet, from every situation you're in. It just depends on how you look at it. And so just try to stay learning. We love learning here, don't we, folks? Don't we love learning? Speaking of learning, we did a presentation the other day where we talked about the importance of learning as a way to combat depression. Because what you'll notice is when that urge hits you, that urge to learn something, that'll get you up, that'll get you moving. It's all about motion and momentum. And so I think the solution that you're looking for isn't as difficult as you think it might be. You just need to follow your curiosity and see where that takes you. You're building that up, and just give it time to build. Your brain will start craving that knowledge. It's true. I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example of how powerful learning is as a motivator. Have you ever been lying there trying to fall asleep? You're lying there, it's dark, it's late, you're trying to go to bed, but there's something that's just been bothering you. You watched a movie and you're like, I know that I saw that person from the movie. I know that I saw them in something else. I know that I recognize them from somewhere. And you can't sleep. You're restless because your brain wants to be able to put the pieces together. Your brain wants that knowledge. It wants to answer that question. It wants to learn. And so what you'll notice is that the desire to learn things can be very powerful. It can be very motivating. It can keep you awake at night. I love the example for extrinsic to intrinsic motivation as a child brushing their teeth. It starts out as avoiding parents being mad, but eventually you internalize the idea behind brushing your teeth as you grow and start doing it for those reasons. Yeah. Intrinsic motivation often takes time to build. Extrinsic motivation is right up in your face, and there are immediate consequences. And so sometimes building up that intrinsic motivation is just about changing your thinking. There's no shame in using external rewards to motivate studying. It's true. You did the hard work. Give yourself a piece of candy. You don't have to just do a bunch of hard work just so that you can feel good about how hardworking I am. Like, oh, aren't I just so satisfied knowing how hard I work? I'm such a hard worker. We have the joy and satisfaction of knowing that. Like, no, our brain, it's monkey hardware. It likes candy. It likes having a little treat. Work with what you got. Sometimes we like a little, How are some people able to just laugh their way out of every situation, and how the hell can I be like them? Well, right. I know people that lose jobs and decide to laugh. Never liked Mr. Bossman anyways. He looked like Sid from Ice Age, and I wish I made that up. If I was in that situation, I'd cry in my bed all day or drink. How can I unlock that superpower of theirs? Have you ever thought about laughter as a skill? Something that you can practice? Just like you have learned to respond to stress with crying or drinking, they have learned to respond to it with laughter. It's something that they learned how to do. All right. You want to know the secret? You want to know how to do it? In order to do this, we have to take advantage of one of the blind spots of our mind. Our mind cannot tell the difference between real, humor-stimulated laughter and fake laughter. Your mind can't tell the difference. It doesn't matter where it comes from. And so whether you are laughing because you are genuinely entertained, or you are laughing just because, it doesn't matter as far as your brain is concerned. So here's what I would suggest. If you're wanting to learn how to respond to stress with humor and laughter, practice doing it in low stakes situations. Find something small. Find something that would, something minor. It doesn't have to be I lost my job. It doesn't have to be anything overwhelming. Just something small. Oh, I spilled water on the floor. Oh, I'm such a silly goof. The next time you feel just a little amount of stress, You know, like you're stuck in traffic, or you stub your toe, or just something minor. Respond to it differently. When you practice and you build up those skills will be there for you in the bigger moments. And so we don't practice responding to stress by only engaging when we are at our most stressed. We practice it in those low stakes everyday stresses. That's how we develop the skill. So maybe try something like this. The next time you feel stressed, and not even a big stress, just a small stress, like you spilled something got knocked over, something minor. Just respond to it with a big deep breath and a sigh. Oh, hi, Beaver. Oh, you're here to say hello? Mm-hmm. 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 Hat. Handsome boy. This is something that I practice doing because I found that practicing responding with laughter was helpful, especially when it comes to managing stress, frustration, and anger. So whenever something that would happen that would normally frustrate me or upset me, what I practiced doing instead was taking a big deep breath, then letting out a sigh, and then maybe even a little chuckle. Beaver is huge. Look at the size of it. Absolute unit. Like my hat, don't you? Maybe I should get you one. A little cowboy hat? Would you even wear it? Find humor in life, not to devalue its meaning, but to vitalize it and see yourself as part of it. What you'll find is that if you're able to find humor in things, it's a way of reestablishing control over that thing. Not everybody who responds to things in humor is making the right move. You've probably met people in life. I know I've met them. I don't know, maybe I've just met different people. But I've definitely encountered people who will be very quick to just laugh things off even when they're very serious. Like, hey, you're about to get evicted. Just my luck. And so it's important to respond to stress with humor. It makes it more manageable. But we want to make sure that we're not avoiding things by glossing over them with humor. so it's about finding a good balance. Having humor about something is a good indicator that you have moved on from that thing or that you have healed from that thing. You know, being able to laugh and joke about things that have happened to you in your life. It's a good indicator that you've been able to move on from it. And I feel like sometimes people rush into humor because they want to move on from it. And so they trivialize and they downplay. And so, to thine own self be true. You know, be real with yourself. Be genuine. You know, don't invalidate yourself by rushing into making a joke out of things. But also, don't take things too seriously. TLDR, find balance. Why do bullies exist? Like, do they genuinely enjoy watching you suffer? Shouldn't schools take it a lot more seriously? Yeah, probably. Probably. Why do bullies exist? Because they need to feel strong. They need to feel good about themselves, and they do that by putting other people down. A person who is secure with themselves, a person who is self-actualized and confident, and they don't have that need to put other people down. They just don't. And so bullying behavior is a sign of an insecure person. Also, as far as like a school context, if a child or a teenager is bullying somebody at school, they are probably being ignored or mistreated at home. Their parents are either bullies themselves or their parents just ignore them. You don't really see people having like loving, happy families raising bullies. It doesn't really work that way. We've got quite a few questions, so we're speedrunning some of these. Are you currently a practicing psychotherapist? No. No. The last job that I did was I was working in homeless outreach. There were layoffs because of COVID, and so here I am now, taking what I know and bringing it to the internet. I did enjoy doing one-on-one counseling. I did enjoy that work. But I always felt like I want to help as many people as possible. And I was pretty frustrated with the limitations of the system. So I have done therapy, but I'm not currently practicing. It was just a bit jaded. I'll be completely honest. I had just grown a bit jaded working in a system that was so focused on capitalistic gains. You know, why is therapy so expensive? Why is it so inaccessible? Why is the primary focus getting people back to work? It just made me feel dirty. Like I'm trying to convince people to get back in there. Like, hey, you are a cog in the machine. You need to be happy about that. You need to get back in there so that the machine can run more effectively. You need a therapist that understands Twitch massively. Right? Beaver, it's your solo. Pardon me. Drink. I need a drink. I need a drink. Ooh. I am disillusioned. I am disillusioned by trying to find a new job in a capitalist hellscape. I am not interested in 95% of the available jobs in my industry. My therapist has encouraged me to try to find somewhere that I'm willing to compromise my values. That's an interesting way to phrase it. The way that I would put it is find something that puts food on the table. You know, find a job that you find tolerable. Find a job that doesn't make you want to, you know. How should I navigate finding fulfilling work, and how should I approach this in therapy? Looking for a new therapist currently. Sometimes you won't find that fulfillment until you hold on, let me rephrase. The idea of a job on paper is different from what it is to actually do that job. There might be jobs that you would not view as fulfilling until you actually did that job and you recognized the role it plays in society and how important it is that there are people that do that job. And so it would be nice if the fulfillment was guaranteed going in, but sometimes it's something that we have to figure out. You know, when we have more exposure and more experience, we're able to appreciate just how important that role is. CatDev, thank you for the 1 year. All right. I'm going to be real for a second. I'm just going to be real with you for a minute. I don't know if many jobs at all feel especially fulfilling, especially considering the state of the world right now. I feel like a lot of, work that people are doing is unfulfilling because a lot of their hard work is being taken advantage of. There are other people profiting off of their labor. And so unless you were to go and be self-employed and set your own schedule and, have actual access to the capital that your work generates, I don't expect many people to feel all that fulfilled in the workforce. The good news is that you're far from alone in this, and if more people talk about it, if more people express how they're feeling, then maybe something will change. And maybe things could be better for all of us. I feel like if we're going to see some real progress or some real change happen on a societal level, what we're going to need is a general strike. Because a lot of people in a lot of industries are also feeling disillusioned and dissatisfied. And so the more that we come together and talk about it, and the more that we start to strategize and plan, we can actually make things better for everybody. So don't give up. Find solidarity with your comrades. That might help to ease your mind and your heart. I want to scroll back up because Nicodia had a question. I have a question for you and the mods. I've been skeptical in the past about having a space like this on Twitch. I agree. You should be skeptical. But that's why I put a lot of thought into how we do it. You know, and I'm glad that there are people that have that skeptical eye because, you know, hosting a space online where people can talk about vulnerable topics and open up about stuff that could very quickly become problematic. And so I have some guidelines that I like to follow. I have some rules that we like to follow. We have a good mod team. The simplest way that I've found to ensure the integrity of this space, no DMs. You could easily imagine how problematic it would be if my DMs were open to anybody who wanted to talk to me. You could easily see how that could slide into something harmful or damaging for that person. They might get the wrong idea. Anyway, we do that, and we also do what we can to educate people on the nature of parasocial relationships. And I feel like you're not going to find very many online spaces that will actually have a conversation about parasocial relationships. So if you're skeptical about this place, good, you should be, because I want to make sure that we're doing the right thing. My boomer mom says we all gotta have a job to help carry the load. The problem is that now we see that the load is full of oil and piss and shit and dead birds, and we're dragging it towards the top of a cliff. The chain attached from it to... some people don't ask what's in the wagon, they just grin and bear the yoke. You could do your parasocial presentation every like 3 months just to refresh reality in our brains. It's true. We could. Might need to dust it off every once in a while. So anyway, here's parasocialism, understanding the nature of one-sided relationships. I had a streamer prey on me, then describe me as parasocial. When it comes to taking criticism, don't take the criticism from a predator. Predators are manipulative. Predators don't give a shit about you. They don't care if they hurt you. And so don't take what they have to say about who you are personally. Had that happen to me too. The internet disgusts me. The internet disgusts me. We won't be doing the presentation today. This was just the presentation that we did. We'll revisit it sometime, because it's important to talk about. You know, Twitch did a panel one year. Twitch did a panel one year at TwitchCon where they talked about parasocial relationships. They didn't even invite me on. But I wasn't partnered then. Maybe next time. Their loss, IMO. Hi, Papa. I'm spiraling over a man. Alright, well, I found your problem. It's right here. Of all the things to spiral over in the world, don't let a man be one of them. Of all the things to spiral over, a man. I got hat hair. He's a good person, but a terrible texter. Will leave me on red for days, especially after I send something spicy, consensually upon request, of course. Maybe he just doesn't know how to respond to my chaos. Or maybe he's been taught by other men that you should not respond too quickly to keep them interested, to keep them engaged. Like, hey, don't show too much interest. You have to be cold and distant and, And I'm not saying that this guy is a bad guy. I'm just saying that a lot of men are taught that that's what you should do. Hey, don't show. You gotta be stone-faced. You gotta be cool. You can't be excited about anything. If somebody texts you, you have to wait several days to reply. If he wanted to, he would. Maybe he does want to, but he feels like he can't because he's breaking some sort of rule. This is why we need communication. And I'm gonna go on a spiel about communication. Don't you worry, I'll get there. We are going to have the communications spiel. Some of you have probably heard it before. But I'm gonna read the rest of the question first. He said he liked me during our second date. I told him I don't believe in words, only time, and he said he's happy to wait. That's why he doesn't text back, is because you told him you don't believe in words, so he doesn't send you words. I don't know, I'm just trying to attribute whatever sort of grug logic is going on here. She say she no like words. Me no respond with words. Bunga bunga. Us doing the mental gymnastics. See, the problem is when you're trying to read a man, you overcomplicate it. Men aren't actually that complicated. If you said something to a man, he probably took it very literally. You told him you don't believe in words? Well, I guess I won't use as many words. I don't want to give this person anything that they won't. I don't want them to not believe me, so I will just not use words. Anyway, I really want to get into the communications spiel, but we're gonna wait. Let's keep reading. Other than his texting, he's solid. Shows up, makes me feel safe, good with his ex, helping siblings/parents. He's basically a de facto patriarch, juggling 2 jobs after a big move, total green flags. Oh. So he's busy. The reason why I'm looking at it the way I'm looking at it is because I'm trying to find simple explanations for what's going on. It sounds like he's a busy boy. So maybe he wanted to respond. But with his ex, I don't know what that means, and I'm not going to go into it. All right, let me give you a hypothetical. Actually, I'm gonna finish reading. I really want to go off. I really want to, but I'm gonna. Total green flags. But my anxious attachment is louder than logic, and I'm convinced he'll ghost. Ironically, I'm the one that likes to ghost, and I'm probably projecting. A keen insight. But you're anticipating these things because that's what's in the playbook. That's what normally happens. That's how relationships go. Anyways, I should probably just go hydrate and work out and meditate, but I'm having an intrusive thought about him like every 5 minutes. What to do? Communicate. Communicate. We fall into a lot of problems in our relationships when we're trying to outthink, outmaneuver, outwit the other person. It's not a competition. You guys are on the same team. Come together and strategize. Let me give you a hypothetical. Have you ever been sent a message by somebody and you wanted to respond to it, but you forgot? And then, oops, a couple days went by. Well, now it's too late to respond. Why am I just now responding? Good communication is essential for any functioning relationship. And so if you have these feelings, talk to them or talk to this person about those things. There are reasonable excuses why the communication isn't there over text. Some people just don't like to text. I know I'm caught on this one. You know, that's me. Like, I will go 3 years without responding to a message. Not to someone I'm actively into romantically. Well, also, don't forget that a lot of people are conditioned to not be too interested in somebody that they're interested in. I don't want to scare them off. I can't show them that I'm too interested. Otherwise, they'll think that they'll think I'm creepy or something. Can't be too excited. I think, ultimately, the dating environment is just terrible right now. We've got people trying to assume what the other people are thinking. We're so entangled because of text communication and social media and all of that stuff. Like, just sit down with this person, have a conversation with them, and just let them know, like, hey, how do you feel about texting? What we don't want to do is just assume the worst intentions from the other person. That's the last thing we want to do, is just assume all of the worst possible conclusions. We're not going to catastrophize on this. Catastrophizing, ironically enough, probably has a better chance of ruining the relationship than anything else. Personally, wait, hold on. True, usually, but leaving a spicy pic on red for days is not that. I feel like it just shows disinterest. They didn't say it was a pic. They didn't say it was a pic. You read that it was a pic, but I did not read that it was a pic. I only read after I send something spicy. It could have been spicy words. So we don't know. Consensually upon request, though, that's where I'm kind of like, that's where I'm starting to get suspicious. Consensually upon request? So this was requested? This was consensual? Then we've decided to leave. Something's not adding up. Something's not adding up. But I would talk to him about it. Hey, what was that all about? Hey, you left me on red the other day. What was that all about? That's all you gotta do. You know, approach it as if you're just curious. You know, you don't have to be like, hey, why'd you do this? What gives? You know, you'd be like, hey, you know, I was enjoying our conversation the other day, and then you kind of disappeared. What happened? All I know is that there could possibly be a valid explanation for why whatever happened. And so we don't need to jump into assuming malicious intent from the other person. As you said, this guy is working 2 jobs. He's helping his family a lot. It's like, maybe something came up. Talk to him about it. See what happened. It's weird, but I wouldn't jump into assuming it to be malicious. Like, let's just think. You know, maybe you're having fun, you're having a good conversation, somebody sends you something, but then, oh shit, my parents calling me. Uh-oh, okay, what is it this time? And then it just completely derails it. And maybe he doesn't want to frighten you off by being like, hey, my family, they're always needing help from me. You know, so sorry about that, because sometimes people are a little bit reserved. Some people don't like to share all of their baggage, especially with somebody that they're newly talking to. So I don't know. Is the situation weird? Yes. But if you're going to get answers, you got to talk to this person about them. Speculating is just going to make us anxious and spiral. Anyway, if all of the other flags are green, I feel like it's worth giving this person the benefit of the doubt. Unless, of course, it's all just for show, but we don't know. Anyway, talk to this person about it. The way that I would do it, just because you don't want to come across as like hostile or accusatory, the way that I would approach the subject is, hey, I was enjoying that conversation we had the other day. You never got back to me. What, is everything okay? You know, just approach it with curiosity rather than, you know, accusation. For all we know, something came up or something happened, but who knows? Maybe he's actually a rude, crude dude. Who knows? Serving spicy, why is he serving nothing? Because sending somebody a picture of a penis should be a war crime. I don't see how anybody finds that enjoyable. I don't see how anybody would ever think about doing it. You know, so, I don't know. I don't know where people even get the inclination to do it. I have never once in my entire life felt compelled to take a picture of my genitals and send it to somebody. The thought has never crossed my mind. I can't think of anything less sexy than a fleshy mound of No, it's gross. I don't get it. People confuse me. Papa. What's a rest day look like for you? I've been getting better at realizing when I need rest, but I fall into old bad habits. The habits I'm trying to build up to have a healthier rest day aren't exactly there yet. Still, in that in-between and not getting discouraged. Thanks. In my opinion, a rest day is less about what you do during that day, and it's more about how you approach that day. Because to me, a rest day is still a day that I could be productive. You know, I could have a rest day and I might be doing laundry, I might be doing stuff around the house, I might be going out and going shopping. It's like I might still do stuff, but there's not the expectation that I need to get everything done. I try to avoid scheduling stuff or having deadlines. You know, it's like I just try to go with the flow of that day. And so maybe it involves me, you know, eating pizza rolls and watching a movie. Maybe it involves me going outside or going on a scooter ride or, you know, going to the bookstore. I feel like what makes a day restful is freedom from expectation. You know, on the normal day-to-day, we have all of these things that are expected of us, and to be free from that and to just go with the flow is very relaxing. So it doesn't necessarily mean I do nothing. Doesn't mean I'm like, all right, spa day, here we go. It's just about freeing myself from feeling so obligated. Or freedom from expectancy. You know, like I might still do stuff, but I do it at a pace that isn't overwhelming. You know, I might tidy up a little bit, make some food, do some dishes. I find that the rest comes from the mindset, not necessarily the activity level. You know, because for some people, a rest day might be, oh yeah, I got on my bike and I went out and I rode on a trail for 10 miles, and that was, you know, it was very rejuvenating for me. I'm like, good for you. Good for you. I'm happy for you. I struggle with this on Sundays, knowing I have to go to work the next day for sure. Don't let tomorrow ruin today. Enjoy today while it's still here. That was definitely me, though. I was the kid who was like, every Sunday, I'm like, ooh, my tummy hurts. I'm sick. I can't go to school tomorrow. That was me every Sunday. Oh no, the weekend's over. Also, one last thing. When we talk about a rest day, remember that a new day could start at any time. A new day doesn't have to start just because it's the morning. You could start a new day right now if you wanted to. Be like, all right, this is now my rest day, and it's starting at 4:07 p.m. Sometimes my rest days are a big giant hike, and sometimes my rest days are being a potato all day. Exactly. Yeah, you get it. You get it. It's about whatever you're feeling in that day. What do you want to do that day? You just kind of go with the flow. I think what we find restful, at least what I find restful, is whenever I can just follow my own flow for that day instead of feeling like I have to follow somebody else's flow, or, you know, I've got time constraints, I've got expectations and deadlines, and just try to meet your needs as they arise. Like me, what I've been doing is Despicable Me. I've never watched it, but it's leaving Netflix on Halloween, so I've been trying to, you know, I watched the first one yesterday, and I'm gonna watch the second one today. I'm gonna get all minioned up. I only have until Halloween, and then they get taken off of Netflix, so I'm in a time constraint here. I finally watched the first one. It's 15 years old. I finally watched it. Pretty good. Enjoyed it. Like number one, how do you feel about number two? How can you tell if you're in an abusive or controlling relationship? Listen to your gut. Listen to your gut. Your gut is what will tell you that things are off. The mind likes to find ways to rationalize it. Like, oh, they were just upset. Oh, they're not always like this. Oh, things will get better. It's the mind is always finding ways to weasel out of it. But you'll notice that the gut knows what's up. They have never really physically hit me and maybe only pushed me once out of their way during an argument. Sometimes I feel like it's hard for me to distinguish when something is inappropriate behavior or when something is a genuine mistake / lapse in judgment with people because of my poor relationship with my parents. If you find yourself questioning whether I'm in an abusive or controlling relationship, you might be. You might be. Like, do you feel safe? Do you feel loved? Do you feel understood? If you're questioning it, there's probably a reason. And that's what I was getting at. If you're questioning it, there's probably a reason. The reasons could be either the relationship is, and that's why I'm questioning it, or I'm questioning it because that's what I'm used to. Just because you're questioning doesn't necessarily mean that it is, because like you said, you had a difficult relationship with your parents, and so that can affect how we view relationships outside of that. What I would encourage you to do I would talk to somebody in your life that you trust. Somebody who is more familiar with the situation, somebody that can offer you some perspective. There's so many types of abuse that we don't often talk about. It's true. I used to have a whole list of them that I would have in these little handouts that I would give to people who were in abusive relationships so that they could be more aware of what abuse looks like. Because abuse can come in many different shapes and forms. Physical abuse, that's the one that most people's minds go to when we talk about abuse. And then beyond that, I would say probably emotional or verbal abuse, probably the ones that we think about. There's also financial abuse. If one person has control over all the money and you don't get to choose what you do with your money and you're restricted in that way. Sometimes people will be abusive by isolating you. They will sabotage your other relationships. Be like, oh no, you shouldn't talk to them. They don't really like you. They're no good for you. Only I really get you. And so sometimes it's that type of manipulation, which doesn't always, it doesn't always raise those red flags of being abusive, because manipulation can be very sneaky. While we're on the subject, I feel like this is important to talk about. Physical abuse can exist without someone ever actually hitting you. Let me give you some examples. it's not always about causing physical pain to someone. It's not always about physically assaulting them. Sometimes it's about reminding them of the possibility. Sometimes it's about showing displays, slamming things, punching holes in the wall, throwing stuff. Physical abuse is all about a person feeling physically unsafe. And it doesn't always mean that they're getting hit by the person that's being physically abusive. Yes, exactly. It's all about the implication. If you are a person who gets angry and throws stuff, or you get angry and you hit the wall, it's like, well, you're reminding them that maybe next time it won't be the wall. Maybe next time it'll be you, and so it makes a person feel unsafe. It makes and that's why I asked you at the beginning is do you feel safe? Adam Bath, thank you for the 7 months. Gave me a boop. I got a boop for you. Boop. I feel like when we are in a relationship, we owe it to our partner and to ourselves to be aware which of our behaviors may be toxic. Because a lot of what people do is they learn behaviors from their upbringing. They model what they saw their parents do. They might not have the understanding. They might not have the awareness. If these types of behaviors do exist in a relationship, we want to make sure that all parties are aware and that everybody's willing to do what they need to do to work on themselves and to overcome their toxic behaviors. If not, these behaviors typically just get worse. The thing about abuse is that it normally ramps up over time. It normally isn't something that starts out as intense as it will ever be. It normally it's a slow, gradual rise into, things being very dangerous. It's a thing to me. I was abused, and I know I wouldn't do it to others. Some people try to use it to excuse their abuse on others, which is horseshit. Because if the person is aware that that's what's going on, then okay, go work on it. What are you doing? We can understand that hurt people hurt people. People who have been abused often go on to abuse others. It's something that is normalized. It's something that they learn. We owe it to ourselves to do better, though. We should not be out here trying to create more suffering in a world that is already overflowing with suffering. That's not an excuse, though. Didn't say it was an excuse. It's just an explanation. There's a difference between an explanation and an excuse. An excuse is a way of making something okay, and it's in no way okay. You don't get it. I'm traumatized because a girl cheated on me once, so you can't wear that and you can't talk to that person and blah, blah, blah. Fragile. Insecure. Abuse tends to operate in cycles. It's something that tends to get passed down through generations. It's important to recognize that cycle and put an end to it. Because a lot of people are walking through life carrying a lot of pain, and the only way that they learn how to handle that pain is to spread it around. Push it onto others. It's a sick and twisted system that has existed for too long, and we're ready for something different. Hey, maybe if they made therapy free, people would finally start going. They could make therapy free, and there would still be people who didn't want to go. I believe it. I believe it. Okay. This is for the questioner, but this is also for anybody else who might be interested. I would encourage you to look up look up some ways to spot abuse. There are, this is one example. This is for emotional abuse, how to spot it. Ridicule, verbal abuse, humiliation, threats, jealousy, restriction or damage to property, threats of ending the relationship, or neglecting the relationship. If you are curious about whether or not you're in an abusive relationship or not, I would encourage you to check out there's some videos, there's some websites, there's a lot of great resources, and it'll tell you what to look out for. And so I would encourage you to follow up on that question you had and to look into it a little bit. Wow, I always forget about neglect. Not you neglecting neglect. Do you agree with Durkheim's 4 types of suicide? Do I agree with them? They are valid in what they are, but okay, just the way that I see things is whenever somebody comes out and says, hey, there's 4 types of this thing, my brain always goes to, well, what's number 5? Because that's kind of how psychology works. As soon as you think you have it all listed out, we're like, hey, but what about this thing? We're like, okay, let's add that too. Never heard of them. I'm just gonna briefly gloss over them because it's a heavy topic and I don't really care to dwell. According to Emil Durkheim, there are 4, and Emil Durkheim lived in, late early 1900s. Egoistic is number 1. A consequence of the deterioration of social and familial bonds. So basically a person who becomes very detached, very isolated, altruistic. This is when somebody is prepared to die in the defense of a group. So you're willing to lay down your life to defend your people. Number 3 would be anomic, which is due to disillusionment and disappointment. So this is for the nihilists. And then you have fatalistic, occurred within tightly knit groups whose members sought but could not attain escape. So this is when somebody feels like they're trapped and the only way out is to die. Now, I would say that there are other types. He's a sociologist on top of being over 100 years old, so it's not exactly contemporary. Yeah, exactly. Because he wasn't even around for Heaven's Gate. Like, where does Heaven's Gate fall into the 4 types? We're doing it to transcend to the next level of humanity. Where does that fall in? From what I understand, suicide is usually an impulsive choice. That is correct. Most people do it as an impulse. They just find themselves in a moment where the pain is just too much, and that's normally when they act on it. In some cases, it is something that's planned out. It is something that somebody, puts more thought into. But for most people, it's highly impulsive. You got fired, you got dumped. You're doing it in response to a very high amount of stress, and you are already very stressed. It's also important to remember, well, I say this, but this is kind of just what I've heard, and this is kind of my opinion on it as well. I feel like most people who take their own lives don't actually want to be dead, they just don't want to be in pain. Did you remove the Q in your name? Address it. Address the Q removal. My dad seemed to have his planned spot chosen, mentioned it here and there over the years. His heavy drinking kind of deadened me to it, though. I feel really guilty about a couple of times where I felt like, fine, whatever, just do it. You're a miserable person to be around. To be fair, it doesn't sound like he gave you much else to work with, though. It sounds like he was kind of feeding into this self-fulfilling prophecy. I'm gonna die, all alone, miserable. You know, when people kind of get caught into that mindset, they push other people away. They shut other people out. They've got their eyes fixed on what they're headed towards. And so I wouldn't feel guilty about that, because it sounds like that's what he was trying to do, was push everyone away. He didn't really give you much to work with. It sounds like he had his plan figured out for a long time. Which kind of ties into a type of, self-termination that people will engage in. They will have a planned time and date and way that they will do it, because they like to have control over the concept of when I'm done. Because death can be very unpredictable, death can be very scary, and for some to have an idea of when and where and how can give them a certain sense of twisted comfort. Anyway, it's heavy stuff, and I'm sorry that you were put in that position, Flug. It's not easy to be put in that position. I've seen it happen to other people as well. It's like, I've seen people push away their entire family as they just descend further and further into alcoholism. I've seen people move across the country and isolate themselves and shut themselves out from all of their family. And I feel like for a lot of these people, that was their plan. They've been planning this for a long time. They want to know when they have to exit, And so you're right to feel frustrated, you're right to feel angry, because it sounds like if he had given you something to work with, you would have been willing to work through it, right? But sometimes people just are insistent on pushing everyone away and shutting everyone else out, and it sucks. It sucks. I've encountered it firsthand working in mental health. Some people they don't want to be helped. They just want to be left alone so that they can suffer in privacy until one day they just plan on, exiting stage left. They want their family and friends to hate them because it gives them permission to finally do it. Yeah, as sad as that is, it's they want, well, every bridge is burned, every person I've known and loved has left me. It's a way of kind of justifying the decision that they've made. And it's tragic. It's really, really tragic. It's goddamn, people, just talk to people about how you feel. Talk to people about how you feel. This whole crisis could be avoided. I will never understand why some people will commit themselves to a life of suffering and misery and addiction and loneliness when the solution was just talk to people. I feel like people pride themselves on their pain sometimes. Oh, nobody knows the troubles I've seen. Nobody knows my sorrow. It's yeah, we do. Well, a lot of us do. Talking to people about how you feel is kind of scary, not gonna lie, especially when I got yelled at for such, but I'm slowly getting better at it. If anybody ever yelled at you for talking about how you feel, how do you think they feel about talking about how they feel? They're terrified of the idea. And so when they say you do it, they're like, oh, no, don't do that. No, cut it out. No. If you do it, then I might have to do it, and I'm scared. Talking about your feelings is an act of bravery. It involves being vulnerable, and not everybody's cut out for it. Okay, but what if talking it out means like you are breaking certain rules, like no double texting or no triple texting? Why are we having this conversation over text? If we're having a serious conversation, please, for the love of God, have it in a serious way. Because if the other person is mad, they're going to read all of your messages as mad, even if they aren't intended to be mad. Like, hey, I hope you had a good day today. But they're having a shit day, and they're like, hey, hope you're having a good day today. But like, what the fuck do you mean by that? Just wanted you to know I'm thinking about you. I just wanted you to know I'm thinking about you. If you're having a serious conversation, please have it in a serious way. I would save text messages for, hey, what do you want for lunch? Like, hey, what time is that thing? You know, just strict transmission of information. That's it. Nothing emotional, nothing serious, just, hey, I love you. Hey, what do you want on your pizza? Because if you're having an argument with somebody over text, they are reading your messages with the worst intention, and you are reading their messages with the worst intention. There's a Key and Peele sketch about it, where they're like, one of them's like, you know, all happy, and the other one's like, what the fuck is this guy on about? Because what you'll notice is that you can misread just about any message in a negative way if you're in a bad mood. Talk about it in person. I think I missed you answering my question. I've still got a couple questions in the box, so I might not have, but if I did, it should be in the VOD. For context, I had a rather quick and extensive epiphany 2022 where I kind of coalesced as a person and developed what really felt like my identity. The start of a new cycle, the start of a new chapter. Nice. You love to see it. Don't you love it when a good plan comes together? Coincided both with, I know it was inadvisable, stopping taking psychiatric medication, seriously practicing radical acceptance at the time, and thinking deeply about who I wanted to be. Hey, you know, I would always, like, just to be clear, I would always advise, if you want to stop taking any medication, to talk to your doctor about it, because sometimes that could be a very bad idea, but sometimes it's not a bad idea. You know, sometimes these types of medications will have you so disconnected and so mentally jumbled, and they will be worse than the symptoms you were dealing with in the first place. I've heard some real horror stories about, you know, what certain people had to deal with, just catatonic, like drooling on themselves type stuff. But yeah, I would always encourage somebody, if you're ever thinking about going off of your medication, talk to your doctor about it so that they can help you do it in a safe way. Also, don't we love radical acceptance? We love radical acceptance. Radical acceptance is, it is what it is, as a life philosophy. It is what it is. Es ist, was es ist. Seriously practicing radical acceptance and thinking deeply about who I wanted to be. I gradually understood, pretty quickly, how I did and didn't want to act, what I did and didn't want to say in response to the world around me. Felt very quick mentally after 15 years of depression and largely turned my life around. I unfortunately met an abusive woman a month after this epiphany and didn't leave for a long time, so staying so long completely reversed the effects that epiphany had on me. I feel exactly as bad and underdeveloped as beforehand, even without that person around me, and I wish I'd never met her so I could feel like myself again. I have regressed completely mentally, and I don't know either how I'd recreate the growth I induced in myself, how to maintain it if I do, or how to grow differently but equally. Hey, you did it once, you can do it again. You did it once, you can do it again. I think your main hang-up is that you feel like you can't do it. Because you were riding high, and then you got dragged back down. But you know what happens is when you get knocked down, you get back up again. And you get knocked down, you get back up again. And then you repeat until you repeat forever. What you'll notice is that in getting back up the next time, it might be a little easier. The things that were more difficult the last time might not be as difficult this time. Or maybe there are things that we thought that we worked through, but maybe we need to revisit them, because that happens too. I'm gonna make a gamer example. This is for the gamers, all right? This is for the gamers out there. This is like you beat Elden Ring. You beat Elden Ring, and it was difficult and challenging, but you did it. And then years later, you go back and you're trying to beat Elden Ring again, and you're like, wait, why am I dying to the first boss? I've beaten this game before. It'll come back to you, don't worry. It'll come back to you. I would just say to surround yourself with people that care about you, who want to see you successful. It'll really help you to feel more like yourself. Because in reality, that's all you're doing. You're rediscovering who you truly are. Do you think a real change of heart in the self comes slowly rather than racing towards it? I feel like lasting change happens slowly. Whenever we race towards change, that's when we get tripped up. That's when we run into a wall, or we step in a gopher hole. I'm not sure what to ask. I hate who I am again, and I don't want to be like this at all. Ah, okay. I've figured it out. You need to stop hating yourself. Because you're not going to be able to hate yourself out of this hole. I hate to break it to you. You're not going to be able to hate yourself out of this hole. You're going to have to show yourself some love if you want to get back up. Because I think self-love is what helped you get out of it the first time, and it will help you get out of it this time. That growth might or might not have been attributable to hypomania, and whether it was or wasn't, I don't care and want to grow again. Good. Good. Because in reality, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it was hypomania or not. We're still learning. We're still growing. I fucking hate feeling depressed 24/7, 365, having no discipline or motivation, being mentally slow, and wishing I hadn't lost this growth by loving the wrong person. You haven't lost the growth. You've just been wounded. So tend to that wound, my friend. Tend to that wound. You might have loved the wrong person, but you were not wrong to love a person. You feel me? You might have picked the wrong one, but you were not wrong for loving. Life is completely unfulfilling without being how I want to be a person. It's lost to me again. All right. I think you're going to do great. I just want to let you know. I think you're going to be just fine. And I think you're going to do great. I'll keep it real with you. Let me weigh in real quick. I'll keep it real with you. By being in this relationship, what did that teach you? That opening up my heart to love is a bad idea because it's just going to wreck me. But if you're going to heal, you have to do that. You have to open your heart back up to love. As I said before, you're not going to be able to hate yourself out of this hole. You might not like where you're at. You might not like things about you. There might be things about you that you do not like. But that doesn't mean that you have to hate yourself. You need to love yourself enough to do something about the things within you that you don't like. Self-love should be unconditional. We will be rooting for you, my friend. And I think you're going to be great. I think you're going to do great. You've done it before, you can do it again. Something I want to briefly reiterate. This is something we've talked about before, but I want to reiterate it because I feel like it's important to remind people of this. When we think about liking and loving, we normally assume that one comes before the other, right? I like someone before I love someone. It's just the natural progression. You like your way into love. And I feel like we are at fault whenever we apply that same logic to ourselves. In order to love myself, I need to like myself. In order to love myself, I need to like myself so much that I just can't help but love who I am. But if you were to ask me, it works the other way around. You need to love yourself. Because loving yourself has nothing to do with liking yourself. There might be things within you or about you that you aren't fond of. There could be things about you that you do not like. But you love yourself enough to do something about it. Love yourself so that you can learn to like yourself. You like my shirt? Pardon my French, but I feel like this shirt is kind of cunty. It's like cowboy cunt. That was crude of me. I take it back. I do a thing called whatever I want since day one. Thanks for all the new follows today, by the way. We're almost to 6,900. That's crazy. We're at 6,893. Now, if you guys could just gift 6, 7 subs, that would just really be great. If we want to get the kids to stop saying 6, 7, we just have to start saying 6, 7. Once we take the joke, it will no longer be funny to them and they will have to find something else. Sir Tylius with the 10. Let's go. Now that's a true American hero right there. A real American hero. Flug, thank you for the 6, 7. Thank you for the 6, 7 bits. If you've talked about this, I'd love to read/rewatch your VOD on it. What are your thoughts on dream analysis? And furthermore, do you think lucid dreaming is a valuable mental exercise? Okay. We've talked about it a bit before, but I don't think we've talked about it in any exhaustive context. I'll give you a quick summary. My thoughts on dream analysis are that it can be helpful if there are like recurring things that are popping up, like you're having nightmares about a specific situation, or, you know, there can be some insight there into what might be going on underneath the surface. But for most people, dreams are just random. It's just about, you know, whatever was on your mind that day or whatever you might have been worried about. And so there's not really like any sort of like hard, concrete, you know, way of viewing a dream. Like if you had a dream about a certain thing, it's like, well, doesn't necessarily mean anything. Now, when it comes to lucid dreaming, what I would recommend is if you're into that, you know, there are ways to do it. So I would look into the techniques. There are people out there who are really big into lucid dreaming and they have different techniques on how to make it more possible. Me, on the other hand, I would encourage people to just practice meditation. Because what I've noticed is that when I meditate and I really clear my mind, it's like I find a doorway and then I step into a dream. And so I feel like it's kind of like meeting that point, but getting there from the other direction. You're doing it while you're awake instead of trying to do it while you're asleep. partner broke up with me because he lost as he told me overnight his feelings. I asked him how he came to that point of view. He was like, I don't know. I just stand up and didn't feel it anymore. For me, that's bullshit. Sounds like bullshit to me. Sounds like bullshit to me. It is actually one of the techniques. Oh yeah, there's all sorts of like guides and techniques on how to do lucid dreaming. Nothing that I've ever really tried. In college, I was super into lucid dreaming. It was really trippy talking to your inner self and dream people. Oh yeah, I bet. I would just encourage people to practice meditation. Meditation is awesome. For me, meditation is like reading the operations manual for my brain. Like, I've been working with this thing for my entire life, and I finally decided to thumb through the instruction manual. I just love flying. Oh yeah. Isn't it interesting that your brain can create the sensation of flying around through? If you're a meditator, try to feel like you're floating. Start there. Does depression ever really go away for good? It feels like it hits in waves since I started recovery a couple years ago. I was just curious if this is for life or if it lets up. In case it matters, I'm 36, didn't get actual help until I was 30, but I started feeling depressed about 14 years old, so it feels kind of baked in. Those shrooms as an adult helped accelerate recovery. You know, you and I have a lot in common. 30-something, depressed since teenageness. Let me just say this. Does it ever really go away? Depression as you know it could go away. It's normal for a person to have cycles of, up and down throughout their life. There might be certain months, certain times of years when you're more on. I want to be outside, I want to be talking to people, I want to be more active. And then there might be times where you're a little bit more withdrawn, a little more isolated. It doesn't have to be a bad thing, but what we're trying to do is we're trying to make sure that what my normal range is works for me. And so it's normal to have those ups and downs, but the downs don't have to be that distressing. They don't have to be that overwhelming. I'll give you an example. I tend to be one of the types to feel a little bit more depressive during the winter months. The lack of sunshine, the cold weather, all of that. It's a bummer. What I've found, though, is that I can work with that. I can work with that time of isolation. I can, focus on feeling cozy. I can catch up on my shows. I can start tackling that video game backlog. There are things that I can do, and I can make use of this time. And then whenever things thaw out and the sun shines again, I'm ready to get back out there. So, does depression ever really go away for good? No. But it doesn't always have to be a bad thing. It can become a time of deep rest. Where depression really sucks is when it's all you know. Or when it's full of hopelessness and despair. As I've gotten older, my understanding of depression and mania has shifted a bit. And I kind of look at them a little bit differently. I kind of view depression as more of a stillness. And I look at mania as the opposite of stillness. It's motion. And so you want there to be that balance in between the two. Sometimes it's okay to be a bit more still. Sometimes it's okay to move more. But I don't want to be so still that it feels like everything is stopped. And I don't want to be moving so quickly that I run the risk of harming myself. He texted me through WhatsApp that he wanted to break up with me. But then it sounds like he did you a favor. It sounds like he did you a favor. He saved you the work of having to do it yourself. You know, sometimes the best thing that can happen is a person decides to leave our life of their own volition, and we don't have to make them leave. Hold on, I'm gonna pull something up. I showed you this the other day. And I'm gonna take a look at it again. So, this can give you an understanding of mania and depression. Mania is the highest of the high, and major depression is the lowest of the low. What we're looking for is we're trying to have those ups and downs because those ups and downs are normal. But we don't want them to be so extreme that we get pulled into these dark crevasses. Beavis, you just made the cutest sound I've ever heard. I've never heard you make that sound before. Got ads, can't hear right now. Quick, everybody say something nice. Anyway, it's not about depression going away forever. It's about being able to handle it in those moments when it does pop back up. Because it's natural that there are going to be some days where you feel more elevated and there are going to be some days where you feel more down. That's just a part of being alive. But as long as you're able to navigate those moments when you are down and you're able to help yourself get back up, then you got nothing to worry about. I think the real fear of depression comes from worrying that I'm going to be even more depressed than I was last time. Or I'm going to be right back in that dark hole just like I was. What is mixed state? Is that like being emotionally overwhelmed? It's pretty rare because it's kind of like a paradox. Like, imagine being depressed but also manic. Is that hard to even imagine? pretty rare, but it does happen. That sort of mixed state. You know, it might be very quickly back and forth. It might be kind of intermingled. But either way, it's a very stressful place to be in. It's a very unstable place to be in. To be in that sort of mixed state. I'm obsessed with someone I just met. All right. I'm going to tell you this because I think you need to hear it. Don't. 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 Don't do it. Give your feelings time to grow. Don't rush into things. Rushing into things is very often painful. Also, you just met this person. You don't know who they really are. The last thing that you need is to get manipulated by somebody who's just putting on an act. Because that will happen. Sometimes people will say all the right things and do all the right things, and they'll be so sweet. And then once they get their claws in you, that's when they show their true colors. So if you're going to be obsessed with somebody, make sure that they earn it first. It's okay to be obsessed with somebody because there are people in my life that I love very deeply, and you could say I'm obsessed. I love these people. But they aren't people that I just met. Because that very often sets people up to get hurt. And that's not what we want you to see. We don't want you to get hurt. Well, and I need to let this dog out because he is crying. You're looking for lunch, Atticus? You looking for lunch, mister? Right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna let this dog out of the room real quick. I'll let this dog out. He's very sad. All right, Atticus, I'm coming. Atticus, how'd you get in here in the first place? Who let you in? You dogs need to learn how to open a door. Actually, that'd be terrible. Don't do it. Sometimes I imagine he put on this cute video just because he needed to let the dog out. That's exactly what I did. I needed something up here while I got up. It's too early for Christmas, cats. It's too early. What are these cats doing? Bumping back Christmas every year. Not even Halloween yet. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Do I game? I've been known to game. Yeehaw. Still alive? Welcome back. That's a W. my headphones back on. I can't hear my music. My headphones weren't on. All right, we got another question in the box. Let's take a look. I work with 55 plus adults with severe and persistent mental illness. The old SPMI. Who have experienced homelessness. Wow, me too. I've been there. It's rough. I really struggle to not think about work outside of work, and it's really messing up my mental health and causing me to spiral. You need people that you can talk to about this. Keeping this all to yourself is just gonna let the spiral keep running its course. Trust me, I know, I've been there. I've worked with the same population. Granted, they weren't all 55 and up, but they were SPMI. You know, and I have worked with homeless outreach, so it's a stressful population to work with. Not necessarily because the people are stressful, but just because the situations are so dire. You know? I initially thought 55 and up would be easier due to age, but no. You know, what I've found, I've worked with every age group, and they all have their own unique challenges. They all have pros and cons. Like working with young people, working with kids or teenagers, it's like they can be a lot of fun. But it can also be very tragic, and it can be very, it can be very sad. Working with adults, it's like they can be, a little like, it's just, I don't know. Every time I've worked with, because I've worked with children, I've worked with teenagers, I've worked with adults, I've worked with older people, and they all have their own challenges. There's working in mental health is taxing, especially in a system that is underfunded. You're having to do some really heavy work with not a lot of resources. I think what depresses me the most is how badly they have been treated by family/kids to the point where they have been on the street for 5 to 10 years. And there's often a whole story behind that. When you're working with somebody who's older, they have their own perspective on things. And they'll let you know, like, oh yeah, nobody in my family talks to me, my kids all hate me. It's like, sure, I wasn't the greatest parent, but, I'm really struggling here. I've worked with a lot of people who are like that, and I've also had opportunities to, talk to their adult children and just kind of get a different perspective. And what I've found is that, if a person really has run out of supports in their life, there was probably something that was driving that. Oftentimes it's addiction or underlying mental illness that's untreated or trauma. There's a lot that's, this has been building up over the span of this person's entire life. And then you kind of get a snapshot of this is where they're at right now, and this is the story that they're telling me. What I would encourage is to have the best word that comes to mind is something that's ritualistic. Something that can help you to make the cognitive shift between work mode and outside of work mode. You know, it could be you take some deep breaths, it could be you listen to some music, there could be something that you associate with the switching of codes, switching from one mode into the next. When you work in community mental health, you do have to learn how to compartmentalize, because if you think too much about the stuff that's going on at work, it's going to really mess things up at home. And it's tough to do, which is why it's really important to talk about it, especially with other people who have been through it. Because you're doing a good thing. You know, you're doing a good thing, you're filling a necessary role, and you're providing a good service. But it's important that you also provide yourself good service. You take good care of yourself as well. Can you explain this clip? This clip?
You'll do this at home.
Oh. Oh yeah. It's crazy that that's my most viewed clip. That's crazy. What can I say? I've come a long way in 5 years. What can I say? I've come a long way in 5 years. My streams were a lot more unhinged back then. Is that even me? Yes.
You'll do this at home.
Why did I see a clip? Because somebody clipped it. Somebody clipped it. It is what it is. It is what it is. We've all done a good pour squeeze. Now we know you probably pick your nose. What am I supposed to do with my boogers? How are things in America right now? Well, our government has been shut down for about a month, and it's probably not going to open up anytime soon. People's food assistance is going to shut down here in a couple days. So, like, millions of people are going to be hard-pressed to be able to afford food. So, yeah, that's where America's at right now. And our president is more focused on building a ballroom. He's more focused on, you know, building this new addition to the White House. It's not good. It's not good. Privately funded. What that means is that there's money laundering going on, privately funded. Like, who do you think's getting the contracting deals? Who do you think's getting paid? Privately funded. They're doing the let them eat cake thing? Exactly. Which, you know what that means. It's almost guillotine time. Right now in American history, we are at a very high point for uneducated, unemployed young people, which, if you know history, that's the recipe for a revolution. How are Americans allowing this? We're fighting it. We're fighting it, but our government really likes to oppress. Kind of like your government. What's crazy to me is how much American media will portray Russia as just being totally unlike us, but in reality, we are so similar, it's actually kind of crazy. Like, we're posturing our military in South America. So yeah, we're doing all the same shit. We're doing all the same shit. Just a bunch of despots. See, guys, the stream is making you woke. Is that woke? The government isn't oppressive. We all love our great leader, and he totally does nothing wrong. I hear you. You know, surely a strong leader would be able to withstand criticism, but what do I know? Is it true that that picture of Putin in makeup is illegal? Because I heard that it was illegal. I heard that your government banned it. You're not allowed to show it anymore. Our government tried to do that too when we were sharing memes about JD Vance. Yeah, we tried to do that. Our president really likes your president. He wants to be more like your president, actually. He really admires your president. Is there a picture like that? All right, KGB's not watching, are they? There's not any government officials watching? Apparently, this picture of Vladimir Putin wearing makeup is illegal in Russia. I'm gonna take it down. I don't want anybody to get in trouble. I don't want anybody getting sent to the gulag. I don't want anybody getting sent to Siberia. The whole idea of LGBT propaganda is comical to me. Like, you show people pictures of boys kissing and it's gonna make them want to kiss boys? It's like, no, if they want to kiss boys, they already wanted to kiss boys. Showing them a picture of that didn't do anything to change it. But maybe I'm woke. Got another question in the box. Let's go ahead and shift gears and get back to it. How do I take the first step of getting out of an abusive situation? I depend on my abusive parents for survival. I was never taught any useful skills, but since I'm not underage, I technically choose to stay here, and there's no laws broken by them. It's just emotional abuse and manipulation. Abuse is abuse. Whether or not the law says that it's illegal, it's still abuse. You know, like emotional abuse, it's technically not illegal, but it's still abuse. I try my hardest to man up and stop feeling, but I can't. Well, that's because that doesn't work. Manning up and stopping feeling doesn't actually do anything except make things worse. What you'll notice is that you can't make yourself not think about something. You can't just make yourself not feel something. The only way to heal it is to feel it. I have no friends and nobody outside to reach out to. Do you have any advice? Yes. Widen your net. Widen your search. If you don't have people that you can reach out to, we've got to start looking. This might involve calling a local hotline or finding resources online. Everyone always told me to man up, but is it really manly to run away from feelings like you're terrified of them? Exactly. See, we're on the same page here. We're on the same page. That's what I always say. I'm like, isn't it more like why would you run from your feelings? What are you afraid of? You afraid of feelings? You cannot heal where you are being hurt. True. As long as you're continuing to be wounded, you can't properly heal. But there could be other wounds that you could tend to. You know, if you're stuck in a situation, there might be other things that you could work on until you're able to get out of the situation. Because getting out of an abusive situation is not always easy. It involves planning, it involves support, it involves connection. And so what I would encourage you to do is to contact local resources. It might be community mental health facilities or an abuse hotline or a support group. You know, find something, look and keep looking until you find something or someone where you can talk to them and you can feel understood so that you don't feel so alone in this. Something that you commonly see in abuse situations is the person that is being abused is made to feel as if they are all alone. People who are manipulative and abusive like to isolate their victim. Now, what you may come to find is that you aren't alone as you feel that you are. There are people out there who do want to help. There are people out there who do want to talk to you. And I would start by finding them. You know, if you have a doctor or a nurse or anybody that you could, you know, a librarian, you know, they'll help you find somebody to talk to. A phone number to call, a support group to check out, maybe even something over the internet. I know it's scary. Reaching out, asking for help, it can be scary. But you can do it. Find somebody to talk to so that you can start to strategize and you can start to see what the path forward is. Because you need people in your corner. And unfortunately, they're not just going to come up and knock on the door and say, "Hey, I'm here to help." You got to go look for them. It's going to be hard, it's going to be scary, it's going to take work, but it's worth the work. You deserve to be free of that emotional abuse and manipulation. Getting away from an abusive situation is so difficult. It can be, especially when you're dependent on the person. You know, if the person's paying the bills, paying the rent, buying the food, it's, you know, you have to give up a lot. It's a stressful balance of trying to detach while also planning your way out. Are there any good mental health tools for how to communicate chronic illness to medical professionals geared for people with ADHD? I feel quite disillusioned after years of condescension, resistance to providing assistance, or complete abandonment. And I now know that I know I need to go to a ready care, but I'm so fatigued and I'm not sure exactly why. When something doesn't clearly map onto an illness via goggles, I've found it's hard to communicate symptoms properly to get decent care. What I would recommend it's a tool that we use in mental health, but I wouldn't say it's even a mental health tool. I would say type up a document, something that you can print out. You know, if things are hard to communicate, then put it into writing, and that might help. It's not uncommon to do. It's something that they'll see. People do this, so don't feel like you're weird if you do it. It's something that people do because it's necessary. They will have like maybe a little thing explaining the situation a little bit, or explaining what their symptoms are and what they're looking for. Basically like guidelines on how to communicate with you effectively. So I would just think about how you would like to put that into words, and maybe just type up a little page, something that you could bring with you to an appointment, and just let them know like, "Oh, hey, before we begin, I would just want you to check this out." You know, just have them read through it. I would say that's the easiest way to invoke change. Just put it in writing, you know? Especially if you're feeling too fatigued to be able to explain yourself every time with your words, or having to deal with, you know, the condescension and stuff. I literally made and printed out a PowerPoint presentation for an intake once and it worked. I'm telling you, it does work. Print stuff out, write things down, take it to your appointments. It helps. It's nice because then you won't forget stuff. It'll all be there. You know, you won't be like, ooh, yeah, I forgot to mention this thing. It's like, nope, it's on the document. Doesn't have to be anything complicated. It could just be a bullet point list. You know? I think I might have ADHD, but I don't know how to find out for certain. I don't know if anybody actually knows. I don't know. I feel like everybody's anxious. And because everybody's anxious, it's harder to sit still. It's harder to focus. Because we're all worried that some madman with access to nuclear weapons is just going to decide, you know what, today's the day. So yeah, it makes it hard to sit still and focus on spreadsheets and Microsoft Outlook. Because, yeah. I feel like the ADHD epidemic is by and large caused by an existential dread that permeates throughout all of us. I just handed it to the doctor to read, and they could ask questions after. I know it can be exhausting to explain everything over and over. Oh yeah, having to explain yourself over and over and over and over and over and over and over, it's really exhausting. And so I would encourage you to just write something up, and then you can hand it to the doctor, and then be like, hey, if you have any questions, feel free to ask, and then that way you don't have to worry about leaving anything out. Everything's clear, things make sense, and it can improve the quality of care for you. You really think people will help a guy? Yes. I'm not a girl. I'm not supposed to ask for help. Wrong, actually. Asking for help is a strength, believe it or not. Did you know that asking for help is actually a strength? None of us made it on our own. We've only made it this far by depending on one another. Somebody grows the food. Somebody makes sure that the poop goes through the pipes. Everybody needs help. Some people are just made to feel like they shouldn't ask for help. If you were to ask me, this is just me speculating, I feel like you were taught that it's not okay for you to ask for help. Now, why would manipulative, controlling people want you to feel like you were wrong to ask for help? Do you think that they could have anything to gain by making you feel like you can't ask for help? I think people will just laugh if I reach out, then reach out to someone else. And I don't think people would laugh, and if they did, why are they... Well, like, what good are they doing? Like, who cares? They're useless. You will find somebody that's willing to listen, you'll find somebody that's willing to help, but you're only going to do that if you look. You really think people will help a guy? I'm trying my best to do it right now. experienced this firsthand many times in Russia. Yeah, and, you know, Russia does have that reputation of being, you know, a bit more, you know, like, suck it up, you know, just, it's those winters. It's those Russian winters. It just really, it makes you kind of cold as a person, you know? It kind of hardens you up a bit. In America, we're actually not much better. We do the same shit. Do you see any doctors? Do you have, like, who can you talk to? Like, reach out to whoever is willing to listen. You are just as deserving of help as anybody else. Asking for help is a strength. And asking for help is what's gonna help you to break free from this cycle of manipulation and abuse that you've been stuck in. So I would encourage you to do it. And if you call the wrong person and they take it the wrong way and they laugh at you for some reason, which I don't think is going to happen, I don't see that happening. But if for some reason you do talk to the wrong person, don't give up. Find someone else to talk to. There's plenty of people out there. You could probably even find some sort of, you know, maybe there's something online. You know, maybe, because I can guarantee you're not the only person going through this same situation. Transphobia is very real and ugly. Yeah, it's bad everywhere. You know, in America, we often portray Russia as being culturally backwards, but we are practically the same today. Honestly, we are very close. America, it's like we're a bit more accepting of the LGBT, but barely. Like, we've got a long way to go. I feel like they're just people who just want to live, and as anybody who has studied history could tell you, throughout history, throughout any period of throughout any period of hardship, who always gets blamed? Who's always getting blamed and targeted? It's always a marginalized group. They're always getting blamed for why things are terrible or why people are suffering, and I feel like most people are ready to move past that. You know, we recognize that it's not me versus them, it's us versus them. You know, if we don't have solidarity, what do we have? Honestly, I think the right-wing Americans are less accepting than most Russians. Oh yeah, the right-wing Americans are absolutely insane. These people are crazy. They will say just some of the most unhinged shit. Like, no, like, they actually want to be Nazis. Like, it's crazy. Like, we literally have an armed gang of masked thugs going into people's houses, going into schools, just disappearing people. Like, you have a literal secret police and you get mad when we call you a Nazi? Of course, that makes sense. They're also using Halo, which... Okay. Let's take a step to the side real quick. I need to show you this tweet. This is how you know recruitment numbers are down. They are trying to appeal to gamers. You don't try to appeal to gamers unless recruitment numbers are down. So they're trying to appeal to the gamers to join their fascist secret police force. Our guys are trying to appeal to gamers too. Yep, that's what they'll do. They try to appeal to gamers, and that's what they do whenever, you know, recruitment starts to slow. They did the same shit in Afghanistan and Iraq. They're like, you know, you heard of a game called America's Army? It was literally put out by the US government as a recruitment tool. It was a PC game. Also, this is just so disturbing on so many levels. It's like, wait, so you're comparing people to a parasitic race of aliens that turn people into zombies? This shit's fucked up. Also, Halo fell off. Halo fell off. L. Big fucking L for the US government. Nobody's surprised. Big fucking L. Halo fell off. Halo Infinite was trash. And now they're using your imagery to try and recruit racists to their cause. Get the fuck out of here. L. Is the flood meant to be my immigrants? Yes. That's exactly what they mean. My 12-year-old self never could have imagined my favorite video game franchise of all time would be posted by Homeland Security in the form of meme propaganda slop bullshit. Eat shit. Well said, Joe. The irony in picking a hero who worked with aliens to save the universe to push your anti-immigration bullshit is hilarious. See, you know what's funny is the actual gamers out there will be like, what the fuck are you doing? The people who actually know the lore. I'm like, who does this appeal to? Just the dumbest ones, I guess. Our president is smart. Putin's way smarter than Trump. Putin's like ex-KGB. He's like an intelligence guy. It's like he's crafty. Donald Trump is a bloated, narcissistic idiot. I really wanted to just... He's a fool and a charlatan. the Halo composer is also running for office as a Republican. You know, what's coming to my realization is how a lot of the Halo iconography and story is actually like, oh, this makes sense why right-wingers would love this. But yeah, like they've been getting roasted. Naturally, they've been getting roasted, so that's good. Very poorly received. It's just, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills because we've got government agencies that are just like shit posting on the social media accounts. I don't get it. It's like, are they trying to make me feel crazy? Because it's working. I know, Beaver, I don't get it either. He said Halo fell off. It's true. I know, Beaver, it's crazy. I feel like Americans need a revolution yesterday. We're overdue. We're overdue. Hey, I just found your Twitch and don't really know where else I would feel comfortable sharing this. You know, that's the cool part about this channel, is that people can share stuff anonymously. Never admitted this before. I recently got out of rehab, and this is the 5th time going in. I live with my parents, and my counselor told me I need to stay away from triggers. I realized that one of my biggest triggers to use isn't a person, place, or substance, it's actually when I have gay thoughts or feelings. I grew up evangelical and consider myself a religious person. I really don't want to be this way, and it just feels like no matter what I do, I'm disappointing everyone around me. It's just really hard to fight the urges. Can you give me some advice? I want to welcome you to the team is what I want to do. I want you to, I feel like, you know, if any amount of praying could pray the gay away, it would have worked already. And so I feel like this might just be who you are. There's nothing wrong with being a spiritual person. There's nothing wrong with being faithful. But you should also be able to be yourself. You know, if there is a God, God made you the way you are, so what would the problem be if you were gay? I feel like the way forward is to be who you truly are. And I feel like feeling like you can't be who you truly are is a big part of why you turn to substances to avoid those feelings. And those feelings, they keep coming back. And I don't think it's the devil. I don't think it's, I think it's just something that's totally fine, totally natural. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just who you're attracted to. What I would encourage is for you to find people who are supportive of who you really are. So you don't have to hide those things from people. Conversion therapy, it doesn't work. There are a lot of people who are LGBT who belong to these types of religious institutions, and they've had to break free from them because it creates such an internal conflict. You see so many people who are just torn apart on the inside because they have, on the one hand, what their religion is telling them is okay, and then on the other hand, they have what they actually feel. If your religion is worshiping a God that says that you can't be who you are, even though you're not hurting anybody, you're not hurting anybody. You're not doing anything wrong. You're just loving. If people tell you to worship a God that's not okay with that, is that really a God that's worthy of your devotion? You can be a religious person and be LGBT. I would worry less about disappointing the people around you. I would worry more about disappointing yourself. Recovery is a selfish act. You have to focus on what works for you. You have to focus on changing what needs to be changed in your life. You have to focus on attending to your own needs. So be you, my friend. Be you. In my opinion, a God who damns people to an eternity of suffering for the simple fact of non-belief is not a God worthy of worship. Yeah, and it almost sounds like that's just a scam to keep people from leaving the religion, huh? How convenient. Oh, you must never question. Also, you can never leave, or else. Ooh! Ooh! It's like, what the fuck? Is this kindergarten? Who came up with these rules? A child? So you need to love God or else he's going to be mad at you and he's going to punish you forever. I don't know about you, but the creator that I lent my devotion to loves everyone. So, just letting you know, there are other ways of viewing the world, there are other systems of belief, and if the one that you're in is causing you a lot of pain, religions are some of the most hateful organizations in history. Oh yeah, like, consider how many people have died in the name of God, or in the name of Jesus, or in the name of Allah. People have died in the name of pretty much every deity there is. I feel like faith is important. I feel like believing in something bigger than yourself is important. But I also believe that if there is anything that exists above and beyond me, it is indescribable. It is beyond my comprehension. And so to try to define it and figure out what it wants from me and try to figure out how I should live my life. That's just human stuff. They're just making up rules. If an all-powerful God exists, no religion accurately describes such a being. Let me... One sec. There are some practices that get close to that. When you start to look into some of the Eastern practices, Buddhism, Taoism, Hinduism to an extent, what you'll see is there are groups of people who have a belief that that which is, transcends us. It is the infinite, it is the indescribable. It is the yin and the yang. So, are all streamers sociopaths? I wouldn't say that they're all sociopaths. A lot of them might be. But I feel like more often than not, they're just self-obsessed narcissists. Which makes sense. It's a live streaming platform. You gotta hit live on your computer and be like, hey, look at me. Hey, look at me. I'm so fun and entertaining. It requires at least a little bit of narcissism to even hit the go live button. Is it true that repressing doesn't work? If it does have some degree of effectiveness, it's typically impermanent. You can repress something, but it typically will resurface at some point. The only way out is through. The only way to heal it is to feel it. I find it funny when people attribute very, specific rules to their god. They're like, oh yeah, my god says I can't eat that. My god says that's a no-no. I can't eat that food. Yep, God's watching. And if you eat that bacon, you're fucked. If you find yourself disenfranchised by Western or Abrahamic religions, I would encourage you to look into some of the Eastern practices. The idea of the cosmic Tao. It's not any particular thing in the universe, but rather the totality of all things, as well as the matrix within which they come into and pass out of being. It's the infinite and immutable. All that ever is, all that ever will be. If you're familiar with the yin and yang. noticed a lot of streamers have exhibited or shared past deplorable behavior? Oh no, okay. Are all streamers sociopaths? No. Are there a lot? Probably. Because think about how well a sociopath might be able to thrive in this space. Think about how that would, we've got all these social climbers, we got all these clout chasers. It's like, it's a little bit sociopathic when you think about it. It might not be full-blown sociopathy, but the behavior in and of itself is antisocial. You're leveraging people for clout. You're only forming relationships so that you can succeed. It's a little bit sociopathic. I'm not going to say you're a full-blown sociopath, but the behavior is. Biggest issue, honestly, is how she spoke about it, like with a funny context. That is the biggest red flag. That how they talk about it is everything. If a person comes up to you and they tell you a story about something fucked up they did as a kid, and then they're like, yeah, it was really bad. I'm glad that I learned my lesson. I never did that again. I'm like, okay, all right, I get it. I get it. Kids make mistakes. Kids are stupid. Kids don't have an understanding of the universe. They're, things are new and they're inexperienced, whatever. But if you're looking back and you're like telling it like it's a funny story, this fucked up shit you did, you're like, yeah, this one time yeah, that's concerning, to say the least. She also expressed knowing it was wrong by waiting until her friend left the room. The red flags are coming up. The red flags are coming up. Oh, your motorboat, thank you for the 53 months. Hats off to you. We've got a founder in the room. Show some respect. Take the hat off. All right, everybody. I'm getting hungry. I haven't eaten since breakfast, and I need to go find some food. So we're going to wrap up here, but I just want to say, if we've got any last-minute subscribers, now's your last chance. If you want to jump on before we go, so we can end on a high note. We've talked about some heavy stuff today. We've covered some heavy topics. And so maybe ending on a high note would lift all of our spirits. I'm not rich enough. You and me both, brother. Also, by the way, chat, we've got three people watching on YouTube right now. The YouTube channel is blowing up. Start posting on TikTok? No. Fuck Larry Ellison. Fuck Larry Ellison. I'm not posting on your dog shit brain rot platform. Now, I tell you what, Goobins, if you're bored and you want to cut clips and you want to post them on TikTok, I'll split the money with you. You want a side hustle, Goobins? I don't even want the money. I'll give it to you anyway. I am thinking about editing more. If you want to use my stuff to practice, that would be great. Why is Mr. Beast recommended on my channels? Get this out of here. Speaking of sociopaths making it far in this business, don't recommend this shit channel to me, please. It's the deadness behind the eyes. I did wonder why you're I've never watched one of his videos. I don't know. I think it's just because every once in a while you just get like some like if you look at my actual, it's like all sorts of random shit. So like camping stuff, food stuff, crafting stuff, sometimes some video game stuff. Like, why the fuck did they recommend a Mr. Beast video to me? I think it's because they push him through the algorithm. I've noticed that, like, they'll sometimes just push his shit to the front. I'm like, get this out of here. I don't want to see it. Oh yeah, we could talk about that sometime. The stuff that Mr. Beast does for his videos would not pass board review if they were actual psychological experiments. Like the things that he does in his videos are considered unethical if you're gonna look at like psychological experimentation standards. Because people will do stuff that is potentially harmful to them if you offer them enough money. And that's why you can't offer people a bunch of money to do a psychological study, because they will fuck themselves up trying to get paid. Also, the smile doesn't reach the eyes. The smile doesn't reach the eyes, Jimmy. The smile doesn't reach the eyes, Jimmy. I feel like when it comes to having like gut feelings, we should listen to them more often, because that's like a billion years of evolutionary success. Like, you should listen to your body when it tells you like, hey, don't trust this person. You know what I mean? Yes. Oh yeah, you can set it here. I'll be done in just a sec. Thank you. How'd you like that soup? Yeah, I made some soup yesterday. Oh, see ya, Beaver. Are you leaving? Or are you trying to? You're trying to eat my soup, aren't you? Oh, Beaver smelled my soup. He wants to. What kind? I posted it in the Discord. By the way, shout out to the Discord. I'm not a soup person. Have you only ever had canned soup and ramen noodles? If so, I could understand why you would be anti-soup. Beaver? You're a good boy, Beaver. You're a handsome boy. You're a good kitty. It's soup season, so I'm gonna be souping it up. I found this YouTube channel that they just do a bunch of soup posting, and so I've been finding some inspiration and broadening out into different soups. Beavis, you're not gonna get my soup. You're not gonna get my soup, kitty. That's my soup. God, I'm hungry. All right, chat. We're gonna wrap it up here. Let's see who's streaming. Let's see who's streaming. Need to figure out what I'm gonna make for dinner. Soup. It's soup season. Don't fight it. Don't fight it. Soup season is here. know how to make egg drop soup, and I have a feeling I don't have any MSG. There are naturally occurring glutamates in some things. You could put some soy sauce in it if you have some soy sauce. I love the hat. Thank you. Yeah, Miss Poopy and Beavis, they are brother and sister. They don't look alike in their color. Also, Beaver is way bigger. But if you look at them in the face, you can tell. You can tell they're related when you look at them in the face. All right, everybody. I'm pooped. So we'll be back again tomorrow. I should have a presentation put together for you. We've got some fun topics. I'm so sleepy right now. Well, we're about to end, and I was gonna raid somebody, so I can't guarantee that they will be as peaceful. Have a great night, everybody. Have a great night. Have a great night. I will see you all tomorrow. Take care. Stay safe out there. Check out the Discord if you're not on the Discord already. Thanks for hanging out. Had fun. Thanks for all the new follows. Yeehaw, partner. I feel like we put in some good work today. Have a great night, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Stay safe out there, cowboys. Stay safe out there, partner. Out there on the old dusty trail. Pee pee poo poo.